We do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
To know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
What is going on, guys, gals, and other pals? I am Septilence, joined by Man of Class today to bring you the grand finals of the Overwatch Division Vincentian Cup here between St. John's Esports and DePaul Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun game. Of course, last game of this entire run that they are doing. Best of 5, so we might be done in 3, we might be done in 5, we might even be done in 6 maps, depending on how it goes. But got a cool pool today, Matt. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely going to be a map that is, one, a little bit more unique. You know, you don't see a couple of these maps. Some of them pretty common. If we get to Escort, it's Gibraltar. And, you know, if we get to, which we will get to Assault, it's going to be Hanamura. But our hybrid today, I know you mentioned it already. You're very excited to see it. And I'm excited as well that it's not King's Row. It's going to be Numbani. Our second map today is going to be Numbani. So that's definitely something to watch out for. We're going to start with our control map, Oasis. So that's going to be kind of a telltale on how quickly this series may end in one favor or the other. And while control is a little bit more unique than other map types and requires different play styles from teams and possibly even different compositions, you can usually get a pretty good feel of which team's a little bit stronger than the other.
Yeah, that should usually be a good indicator. Of course, we have seen teams do the complete reverse. They say we lose the first 2 maps, we lose the first 4 maps, depending on how long the series lasts, and then just completely reverse sweep it. And control is always that great equalizer. It is the tiebreaker. It is the first map you start on. If you win control twice, you only need to be good at one other map type. It is my leading theory, and it still has not been proven wrong. So, Septilence, we're going to get into the game soon. We're going to be starting on Oasis, like you said. I don't know. I think a lot of this will depend on which point we get first, and it seems to be the Garden stage that we're going to go for. St. John's in the blue, DePaul University in the red. Coming out of the gate soon, 30 seconds, and when we look at what they're currently putting up in spawn, it is not something we're uncommonly seeing.
Yeah, especially after those updates came out just recently where Reinhardt does a little bit more damage with that hammer. And I mean, while it's not necessarily the only buff we've seen, it's a very impactful one. It's really forced the compositions here, the meta, back into a mild brawl type positioning. So we see the classic Rein Zarya coming out from DePaul, and St. John's running a slight double shield brawl variation. They're going to have that Rein Sigma.
Rein Sigma versus Rein Zarya, the double barrier still reigning supreme. We see it everywhere in the high tier. What can ITG and Mr. Koala Man do versus EPOM and Crow knows? More damage, more armor. That's what Reinhardt's got, but the shield's still the same.
Yeah, the shield's still the same indeed. We see Mr. Koala Man almost booped off the map there by Prime, but that classic Reinhardt passive is going to make it so he's not taken down quite yet. Mr. Koala Man taking a lot of damage, really helping Slurpee here find half of a nano already, and the point hasn't even opened up. Now Liam Lizard able to find Prime in the chaos here, EPOM and Obscure. Crow knows, yeah, St. John's going to be able to rip through DePaul here. A surprising turn of events, as that fight really seemed to be flipping in DePaul's favor, but all of a sudden 3 eliminations come out, and St. John's, they just walk over top of it.
We're really talking about a situation where they're beating them into submission, and that Sigma is the key player there. He's literally being able to put out damage while the Zarya is not. Constantly, no reload, pull out the balls, throw out the rock, get the kinetic grasp off. It's such a powerful hero, and that's why you see EPOM switch over to it as well. It's just necessary at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you see that DePaul, they've already swapped to that Rein Sigma of their own, but look at the ult difference here. Not only does Slurpee already have that nano online, but Fiscal able to pick up Prime. Liam Lizard the next to go. EPOM and Chronos down again. So that's going to be back-to-back eliminations here. The tank line now missing for DePaul. That's going to be almost a complete 6 cleanup here. Obscure going to be the next one to fall. I think Water, possibly the only person to make it out of there alive.
Yeah, I think so. That I mean, at least there's that. At least they've got their high noon ready. And so far, the ultimates haven't really played a role because no one's really used any.
Right.
We're going to be seeing the first ones come up this fight. If there's none being used this fight, I'll be very surprised. Looking for the Shatters to start it off, maybe the Critic Flux from ITG. But those are the ones that usually initiate, and there it is.
Yep, here comes the highest of noons coming out here from Fiscal and ITG. Able to pick up Icarus here. The Hanzo going to be the one to fall. So DePaul already down in that 5v6 scenario. St. John's, they're looking pretty good on this control point. This is honestly quite surprising.
Yeah, I mean, we talked before this game. I was like, you know, what can you tell me about these teams? What have we seen this entire season? And DePaul coming out like this versus St. John's. This is not what a lot of the predictions might have been expecting. But of course, only in the first round. That being said, 83%, not easy. You got to do complete reverse if you want to get this back. And these ultimates might be the start of that.
And a complete reverse it may be. Water picks up a double off the back of a flank shatter coming out from Chronos, already a quarter of the way to another one. They're going to take full rotation around the back of the point and try to take hold of the grounds coming out of St. John's side. The nano boost being committed from Obscure, possibly a bit of a miscommunication. Nano boost most definitely not needed, and now they've given up the ultimate advantage they had. Now St. John's are able to take the lead with 4, almost 5 ultimates.
True, but if you look at how this map is structured, I will say that it's much harder to initiate on this map with the ultimates available. You have to get to high grounds, you have to rotate into it, and with the ultimates they have, that's going to be tough. The nano boost and the sound barrier are going to allow them to get there, but it's going to be a tough one regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be tough to push in here, and as long as St. John's doesn't commit both support ultimates right away, I think they're gonna be able to win this matchup here. They're gonna have to play it slowly, but they've been winning it so far. But as that boop comes through, a double boop from Prime, Bizarre still able to pick up 2 off the back of the Molten Core, but DePaul, enough of them were able to make it out where it doesn't quite matter. The boop from Prime definitely keeps that alive. That could have been a disaster for DePaul.
We have seen Prime try that before in that very first fight of the map, but this time it works out. This time the passive of Reinhardt is not the only thing that blocks it. It's 2 players going off the map straight away. The follow-up is there. That's what you like to see, the communication with that Lucio. And now that ultimate disadvantage that they had has slipped back to the advantage because they didn't have to use any. If you just throw in a boop, throw 2 players off the map, that's all you need sometimes. And now it's Gravitic Flux off.
Yeah, Gravitic Flux is going to be huge here. EPOM has it online, and ITG and not that far behind either. But I assume both Lucios holding on to holding on to their beat for that exact reason to negate those Gravitic Fluxes. So now we're going to have to see which team has possibly a slightly more consistent follow-up off the back of it.
Comes out.
Oh, Slurpee already dead, but yep, as predicted, there's the beat. Water able to pick up a double with the high noon as well. Icarus finds ITG, Bizarre's turret the next to go. Torbjorn at the tactical reset. That might have already been last fight. I'm not sure St. John's has time for another good touch.
No, that's last fight for sure. Maybe a Wrecking Ball might be able to make it. It's not that far of a distance, but they're not switching off. They're not going for anything else. This has to be a Lucio touching. No one else can make it. And we hear Liam Lizard on the side. Does actually get there. Not really going to be a fight. He's going to have to run for their lives. But this is desperation attempt at best. The High Noon might get something. Nope, Kinetic Grasp is in the way.
Yep, High Noon gets eaten up. The Reinhardt pin onto Bizarre, taking out both of the DPS here. Well, no, Water's still alive, actually. Excuse me, Fiscal, I mean. Water also alive, able to take out Mr. Koala Man. EPOM already gone, so DePaul now missing their off-tank here. Obscure also fallen, but we see St. John's are missing some more crucials. The main tank, both supports, and they're just unable to follow up off the back of it. For a brief moment, St. John's, they came to life. It looked like they may have been able to take that fight back, but DePaul, you know, they're showing us the DePaul we've seen all season. They're able to come back, secure a first map victory, and now can they hold that momentum as we move into into downtown?
And what can we square it off to? You know, is it just because the balance change came in, so they thought maybe they could run Ryan Zarya, but that's why they were behind the ultimates? Did they not have a good warm-up? Like, there's a lot of options as to why this happened, why St. John's did good in the first place, but they did actually have a good composition. They had a good understanding of what to do. They rotated properly, and now that we're going to City Center, which is a much more open map, I do like DePaul's composition currently a bit better. They're going for that full mobility that you have going on with the Sigma. But the problem is that if you get a few good hooks, if you get a few good stunts by the Brigitte, maybe some good shots in from Fiscal, that can all be negated. Icarus has to be careful.
Absolutely. Definitely has to be careful here because that Brig and the McCree could both almost essentially single-handedly ruin this entire team comp. And Kronos looks for the cheeky boop, but unable to find it as the Brig somehow stays alive. She doesn't fall quite off the map. And Icarus now trying to establish an early point presence just to create the space necessary, trying to find the turret early on. But St. John's, with an initial high ground advantage, that's going to be pretty helpful to at least prevent DePaul from capping the point, if not St. John's just capping it themselves.
Definitely Kronos now in a 1v1 with Lizard Dog. Liam Lizard. Wow, I keep getting these names messed up. I'm terribly sorry, guys. Gonna be Kronos trying to still get that Brigitte out of the way just to protect Icarus. And Icarus is now able to follow up on that, maybe get that kill. But meanwhile, Kronos goes down. That's not a good start, but it's an even trade. And now the backline is open. That could spell disaster for St. John's.
Yeah, the Brig missing, definitely not going to be a good look for St. John's, but all they really need to do is find maybe one more elimination just like that to make it 2 eliminations to secure a bit of comfortability on the point. We see Obscure able to find ITG, but at this point, I think it's going to already be too late. The DPS lineup, they're going to be missing, and Kronos able to pick up Bizarre. St. John's, they're kind of crumbling a little bit, but every time one of them is eliminated, they're able to find an elimination off the back of it.
Yeah, it's really going back and forth in this. This is really a classic City Center match. Point still has not been capped by either team, and that's what you love to see on this map. Just the consistent battles. This is the only control map that can last longer than control maps kind of should last, which is not a long time.
Yeah, definitely. This map relatively notorious for taking a little bit longer to cap than normal, and that really was a great example there. That fight may have been upwards of 2 minutes. That was a very long engagement from those teams, and neither of them capped the point until 10 seconds ago.
And it takes 2 minutes to cap the full 100%. It's 1.2 seconds per percent, so that kind of tells you everything. It's going to be an engage here from DePaul, coming out with the Flux most likely. Oh. There we go. Beautiful.
A great Gravitic Flux, but a better Sleep coming out. Able to keep the team alive, but here comes Attack Visor, just completely uncontested. Gravitic Flux from ITG, able to pick up 2. Might be too late there, as we saw Water able to pick up a triple kill off the back of it. Icarus finds Mr. Koala Man. Prime being attacked here, going to be eliminated by Bazaar. DePaul, they've got to find this point cap. They've commit a lot to make this. They are able to do so. EPOM really popping off on the Sigma there.
Yeah, and now we're looking at a situation where you look at the ultimates and you think, okay, so St. John's has more. They should probably be fine, right? But the reality of the situation is that there are not really initiation ultimates. They're sustain ultimates. Bazaar is a deterrent, so if they dive on you, you can throw the Molten Core down. Whereas Chronos, Obscure, and even Icarus, their ultimates are going to be much more helpful to just pick off players, to deny them space, to CC them into dying, really. And that's what they're going to go for. You see Chronos already looking for that initiation with that minefield.
Yeah, the minefield going to be huge here, but Pulse Bomb going to come out instead. Minefield able to trap 3 in the midst of things. Liam Lizard the first to fall. Chronos able to pick up a triple kill in the back line here. The Wrecking Ball, just they looked away in the blink of an eye. He finds massive eliminations off the back of it.
That's really the danger of these compositions now. Like, it's not just the double barrier, it's not just the Sigma. It's that Wrecking Ball can do so much if you let him just get one tiny opening. There was no stun ready, there was no sleep dart ready. Chronos runs in, throws down the minefield, and immediately 3 people die. That's just how the power of this composition, because they can surround you, because they can just burst you down while diving up to you in the blink of an eye. And they're actually able to clean up fights relatively quickly, whereas St. John's is going to have trouble with that, even if they do win a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And DePaul, I mean, they're just a couple of % away from forcing St. John's into last fight scenario here. Massive anti onto Chronos, but the health, the adaptive shields are just so unbelievably strong. Wrecking Ball, no doubt his strongest ability, and we saw that they helped him make it out of that engagement. Rally comes out from both Brigs here, and they're just dumping in the damage, trying to keep their teams alive. Liam Lizard there, able to find a little bit more value off the back of it, but here comes yet another, another Attack Visor coming out from Water. Molten Core is going to come out from Bazaar, but not very much, as they're going to be eliminated right away. Slurpee also able to commit this nano boost onto ITG, 11% away from a Gravitic Flux of their own. DePaul, they've definitely got the numbers, but Slurpee takes Chronos out of the fight. This Ana hiding in the corner is going to finally be found out and eliminated. ITG, the sole survivor. Overtime's going to tick away, and DePaul wins the second map. Oh, not quite. I thought that overtime timer was coming down. Things are looking a little bit rough, and there we go. DePaul University, you know, they have a couple folks from St. John's pouring in one at a time, but at that point, the fight's already over. DePaul wins Oasis 2-0.
Yeah, very nicely done. They took a bit to warm up. They even had a little bit of a struggle in that second point, but in the end, they definitely are looking like the better team on that map. Of course, Control, we always say it. It is a great equalizer, but it's always also one of those that doesn't really compare to anything else in the entire game. That was the beautiful double kill from Prime. You see how well that's set up as well. The rest of the team immediately knows as soon as he boops, we go in, we take all the lives. They do run through that Molten Core, but they're going to be completely fine. And when we go into the next maps, I want to see something happen that DePaul, I think, is ready for. It's a higher tier concept. It's a cool one. It's called Flipping the Map. I don't know if you're familiar with it, Septilence, but it's going to be a cool one if they can pull that off.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how DePaul performs on Numbani as well. They're not necessarily known for any form of dive comp. Their real execution is always that Rhine Zarya and that Rhine Sigma, and I honestly don't think I've ever seen them run a dive comp, so that might be something that'll be a little more expected out of Numbani, of course, the first point notorious for dive. They don't necessarily have to run it, but of course, that's kind of everybody's first assumption, and if they choose to, I'm eager to see how that'll work out for them.
True, and it's not just that the dive comp is a thing. You know, dive comp is definitely a thing on Numbani. It's mostly that how do you set up that defense and the offense? Because both of them have different options. Like the offense, do you try and go for more of a brawly style, go underneath that through that hotel lobby, making sure you don't have to go through that high ground and push through it? Do you push through that high ground with using like sort of storm ram approach? Do you go just completely through the center of the map, over the streets, trying to make them drop down on you, take possession of that point, snipe from range? Do you go the very long route where you go through the streets, around the point, up to the high ground, up to the behind? There's so many options there. And then the defense, you got to be ready for all of them, or at least have the ability to be ready for all of them. So you primarily usually set up on that high ground on the defender's right side. So next to the point, maybe you have a split going on with an Ana on the other side, but then you need to also be able to protect her. So there's a lot of things going on, and a lot of things you need to be ready for. And what do you do in scenario A, B, C, D, E, F, G? And let's see if these teams are ready for it as we're going to go into that map soon. Not quite sure who's going to be starting on defense, but that will probably tell a lot about how this map is going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. In a normal tournament setting, of course, one team would pick the map, the other team would pick offense or defense. But with a set map pool, I'm not sure who's going to be able to pick which side they want to be on. That may be the losers. Whatever, we'll find out in just a moment. But I agree that Numbani is all about, especially first point, Numbani can be a bit of a disaster of, okay, if they do this, we do this. But there's so many ways to approach from Numbani that you can never really be ready for all of them, because you'd have to be running different comps to be ready for different scenarios, of course. And I think we may see an Echo, maybe an Echo Mercy coming out from DePaul. I've seen them run it before. It worked out pretty well, and it's been a little more popular as of recent on that first point, so it's something that I think could work out. But now with the meta shifting once again into that Brawl-esque scenario, I'm not sure if we're going to see an Echo busted out, but of course, anything can happen. These teams here, they're ready to put it all on the line. It looks like DePaul, they're going to be on the offense first.
Yeah, you're talking about the meta shift is, of course, very fresh. We literally got that patch 2 days ago, so it's likely that everyone is still not seeing it as a meta shift or still speculating about certain things. So we'll see how that turns out. St. John's going to be on the defense first, running out with that double barrier, the classic double barrier with the Orisa and the Sigma, and a double hit scan as well, making sure that an Echo will not really have an easy chance, or a Pharah even. And Liam Lizard on that Baptiste with Slurpee on the Zenyatta. Yes, Baptiste got slightly nerfed, we know. That Immortality Field is not as powerful as it used to be. The ultimate doesn't charge as quickly as it used to. But it doesn't mean Baptiste is still not an amazing hero. And the beauty of Baptiste on Numbani is he's one of the few supports that can actually jump back up on that high ground when he needs to. He can rotate. Slurpee is going to have a tougher time, but as long as they peel well for the Zenyatta, that shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, as long as they peel well, that really shouldn't be an issue. The Discord Orb really going to come in handy against a dive comp. And we see DePaul, they're going to be running pretty much a classic dive, maybe a little bit of transition. They've got the Zen Briggs, they're going to be able to deal a little bit more damage. And they've got Sombra, arguably one of the most impactful characters in the game, can really control the momentum and the pacing of a fight. And EMP, arguably one of, if not the strongest ability ultimate in the game. So we can see DePaul, they're going to go for a full rotation, try to force St. John's off the high ground or force them to die where they stand. And if DePaul is able to get a high ground advantage early on, that's going to be great for their timer.
Yeah, but they don't really have the ability to do this. They cannot do this because they're not a poke team. They have to dive on this, and if they take this time to rotate, and St. John's keeps counter-rotating, they're just going to get burst down, just like happened to Jay Carries. And it's going to keep happening to everybody, so they need to find a different way to approach this, maybe switch compositions, maybe just find an actual way to dive, execute onto this. But right now, there's nothing they can do. They're just looking from range.
Yeah, no, I mentioned right beforehand that I don't think I've ever seen DePaul run a dive comp, and I think that's really showing here is now that they're on dive, they're still not running it like a dive comp. They're running it as they would any other comp, like you said, a poke comp, and now that's really costing them as they just tried to push and almost a minute and a half off the timer here, and they didn't make a lick of ground.
Nothing happened. They even have to switch up some heroes, so all the old charge is also already gone. Water has to be a very big linchpin here. If they can heal, if they can hack either of the tanks, then there might be more opportunity to get in, because the tanks are the main deterrers for a dive here.
Absolutely, and now Water going to be caught out and just ripped to shreds. Blink and you miss it moment. Water is completely eliminated. Icarus now trying to find some value off the back of this, able to find the Orisa, a massive pick. Immortality Field already down, but Icarus going to be eliminated by Fiscal and Slurpee respectively. That Discord Orb, I talked about it already. It is one nasty thing, and it is here to show. It's helped got rid of 3 team members of DePaul. Half the time bank missing, and this has been a slow burn if I've ever seen one.
It really has been. I mean, as soon as the ultimates come online, they might have a lot of a better shot, because then the sustain of all those heroes increases massively. And especially that EMP is so huge. I mean, that denies almost everything they want to do on the other side. Slurpee actually not charging their Transcendence as quick, so Water might even be able to beat them to that EMP to counter the Transcendence.
Yeah, I think that's why Water keeps putting themselves in such risky positions. They're just desperately trying to farm this EMP. They know they need to get it online before Slurpee's able to get that Transcendence online, but like you said, it might already be too late. Water now out 10% away from EMP, and EMP, I think, DePaul is considering to be their win condition here. They're trying to get it online, and they're trying to take advantage of it as quickly as possible. Here comes the Immortality Field High Noon, but the bubble tries to block it. Unable to do so, Chronos instead gives their own life here. Doesn't block a thing. Eats a bullet from the High Noon. EPOM finds Fiscal, but Slurpee already taking out Obscure. Mr. Koala Man the next to fall, and we see EPOM just trying to clean up anything the team has left behind. This Baby Diva just cannot do enough. A single tick comes through. The second tick confirmed. The supports on the high ground. They're going to have to commit Transcendence just to stall out here.
Yeah, now the tanks are going to be coming back, but they did exactly what they needed to do. They forced them off the high ground. Now this point is completely in their control. Nothing you can do with a poke comp if you have to initiate. This is going to be the point cap. Finally, it took them a while, but they finally realized their win condition. They finally realized they're all bunched up in that room. We can dive on it, but we'll die. So we have to somehow make them think we're diving, then drop down, make them think we're in a vulnerable position, pressure the points, and they will have to separate. Either they have to all commit to low ground, or they have to separate, and separation is what happened. ITG dropped down, then Mr. Koala Man dropped down, the DPS used their ultimates to no avail, and it was just a cleanup after that.
Yeah,
now,
also
Street's Face, obviously, gonna be a very easy one to get through for DePaul, at least you should be. Street's Face Numbani, not a place where you hold, but I'm happy to be surprised.
Yeah, Street Phase Numbani definitely not known for its holdability and the consistency of holding. Usually people make it through this one pretty consistently. In Water, of course, farmed that EMP just in time to swap on a soldier and not use EMP at all. So that may have been a big waste of time at the end of the day, but now 70% to attack Visor, able to find the elimination onto Orisa as well. Chronos able to take out ITG with the help of Water. The eliminations coming through quickly. And right now we see a pretty aggressive push. Like we already said, Streets Phase, not really notorious for being held.
No, it really isn't. So far, the Street Space just getting through, and all the time they lost on point A, they basically made up for it with that, which is always a nice thing about Numbani. And the time is what you're gonna need here. This is a very tough point to cap because of the respawn distance, but also because of the architecture. It's such a long stretch that you just have to cover without a lot of places to hide.
Yeah, there really are very few places to hide. Now we see St. John's, they're going to swap into a Roadhog, which I think is probably a good call here as Roadhog. You've got the spawn advantage, you've got to take a breather, you can really afford to get aggressive into the enemy team. And, you know, while it doesn't necessarily work out here, a bit of overextension coming out, maybe a little bit of hubris, it doesn't necessarily work out there. But normally, when you're not getting completely rolled by DePaul like St. John's is right now, that does work out pretty well. And DePaul, they take a very rough start, and they make a 3-minute timer with it. That's really not bad.
And they needed that momentum. That dive is such a snowball composition. It's such a momentum-based style of play that all they needed to was to win that one fight to keep it going afterwards. And what helped even more is that St. John's used about all their ultimates, at least half their ultimates at least, trying to defend that first point, where DePaul didn't have to use that much for it. They pretty much did it vanilla. And that just gives you the ability to keep winning fights after. You keep having the advantage, getting the kills after everything. And DePaul doing such a good job of keeping that momentum going, and St. John's not being able to break it is really the story of how they get that third point so quickly. So 2 minutes 51 is the time bank. St. John's now has to come back, or at least it's to try and match that. And all they need to do is finish with time on the bank, just any seconds. Anything will do. And they at least get another chance to attack this. But of course, they would like to break that. And there is an opportunity. Don't take 4 minutes to cap point A, and you'll be able to set a pace that actually beats their time bank. Their defense
and it looks
looked good on point A. Now let's see what their offense is about.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like I got the comp right. I just got the team wrong. It looks like St. John's may be doing that Echo Mercy. I mentioned that early on, and it's pretty helpful with a dive comp. The Echo really has to be on top of their game and hitting their shots, because from that long range, you're going to have to be really helping out your tank line, or they're just going to be killing themselves. It's going to be not a good workout for them. And we see Chronos in the front line, probably rolled back already. Yeah, back on that point. It's going to be
Spawn Scouts.
Yeah, it's going to be dive comp versus that Roadhog Wrecking Ball combo. They've got the Torbjorn and the Soldier. And again, that low healing comp coming out from DePaul. It's going to be that Zen Brig, which didn't work out great for them on the first round, but it looks like it, maybe they're hoping it's going to work a little bit better on their defense.
It's possible. We're going to be seeing if they can dive into the right targets. Have to be careful not to get hooked by that Roadhog. But they've already forced the Torbjorn off the high ground. Water down. Yeah,
they've forced Torbjorn off the high ground and back to spawn. Icarus the next to go. Mr. Koala Man is going to give their life to Chronos here, but this fight may already be in the favor of St. John's unless DePaul's really able to turn this around. Slurpee goes for a res and just obviously pays the price. A very sloppy play coming out, and that's going to be the reason St. John's might have to give up this first push.
Yeah, what we've seen so far from both of these teams, that it's just the beauty of Numbani. For me, I like Numbani because it's one of the few maps, if not the only map, where you cannot just prepare a composition. You need to really know how the map works and how your composition works on that map versus everything else. And both of these teams are demonstrating that they have some idea, but also that they're, make some mistakes here and there, and that's fine. They don't need to be perfect. And now we're just going to see which team recognizes those mistakes better.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes a whole hog from EPOM. Prime able to find an elimination on a Mr. Koala Man. ITG whole hogged off the map. The mech to lose as well. And St. John's, their offense started. It was quite impressive. They had a double elimination off the bat, but after a couple of misplays, a couple of sloppy communications, they're now down to half their time bank.
They are. 2 minutes 18 left, but this is the same we saw from DePaul. I'm not worried just yet, and they have been building ultimates relatively quickly. Going to be everything but that Graphitic Flux online, and somehow the defense actually running with less, the DPS especially, not anywhere close.
Yeah, we definitely see a lot of unusual strategy coming out from St. John's here as well. They have the ultimates to work with, and now they're going to rotate underneath DePaul. A pretty good play. They're going to send the bomb up main. This may force out Transcendence, yes, but it's still able to find Obscure in the chaos. Brigitte, now the missing support, the first one to fall for DePaul here, and they're going to commit the minefield coming out from Kronos as well. Bizarre able to find Water's turret. The turret's not really what they need to be looking out for right now. It's great to get the extra damage out of the way, but you've got to get at least one more really good kill confirmation if you really want to convince the team that you're going to win this fight. But now Biscual going to be the next one to fall to the minefield nonetheless, and Icarus unable to find eliminations off the back of this tack visor. Now they've got to stare ITG in the face and hope they can come out on top of that engagement.
They're still doing a pretty good job of it. They actually waited for 2 ticks until to start contesting, and that's exactly how long they needed to wait. They give up those 2 if they can win the fight, and that's exactly what they look to be doing. The Brigitte and the Wrecking Ball still on the point. The Torbjorn is back into it with his turret. Yeah, you can throw out a bomb. No one's going to die to that. You got what actually gets primed somehow? I didn't even know how that happened. We're going to see Obscure trying to hold the fort alone. The Molten Core is helping them with it, and there's a tech visor from Bizarre.
Yeah, Bizarre now setting out a tack visor of their own, but the turret dumping a little bit of damage boost from Mercy, from Slurpee coming out very quickly, able to find one and a half eliminations with the help of Mr. Koala Man. EPOM the next to go, but now they've lost a diva of their own. ITG eliminated. We've got Soldier v Soldier right here, and Icarus is going to be the one to come out on top. Kronos, another massive minefield, 30 seconds left on the clock. It's really become a now or never moment for St. John's, and it's looking a little bit like a never moment.
It really is. Honestly, they keep this fight going. This is the moment to retreat, regroup, and quickly go again, because they still have people coming back from spawn, and they are managing to do that. They're managing to go back to center, now actually able to potentially go through the high ground and go for this engagement. 10 seconds, they will make it to the point, at least they should be able to, and that's where we're going to see that last engagement with barely any ultimates online, although St. John's is closer to more.
Yeah, absolutely. St. John's are about to have some ultimates online. How well can they utilize them? DePaul, they've got a Transcendence. They almost have a Visor. Molten Cores almost online, but neither of those ultimates are really going to be huge difference makers at the end of the day unless they find some crazy value. And as those 2 fall for DePaul, St. John's, they're looking a little bit better. That's going to be 3 eliminations coming through, and what I always refer to as the Overwatch factor looks like it may be kicking in for St. John's here in the final moments of the game. They finally remember how to play, and they can get aggressive once again. Their team coordination comes through, and they may be able to come out on top of this. But as another minefield comes out from Kronos, I might have cast or cursed this to a T. They might not be able to come out on top of this engagement quite like they want to. Here's Icarus with a tack visor in the overtime blink of an eye. It's going to be gone. DePaul picks up Oasis 3-0. They've already put themselves on game point.
DePaul really understanding one thing correctly. There's one concept that as a team, as a organized team, that really defines organized play, and that is knowing how to play the objective. And DePaul has really shown that they understand how to do that, both forcing the objective on their attack, but also really giving the space to St. John's just to regroup. They give up objective percentage. It wasn't like 89, 90 something percent, and they still were able, like, you know what, we back off and then we go back in just to make sure that they can actually re-engage properly. And they do a great job of that. Like I said, hallmark of organized play, and DePaul is playing in an organized fashion.
Yeah. They really are, and I think a big difference maker, just if I could identify a single player that I think really put the final nail in that coffin against St. John's, was just Kronos on that Wrecking Ball for DePaul. Just constantly in the back line, massive ultimates, massive eliminations, and even when they weren't getting eliminations, they were being the distraction a Wrecking Ball needs to be. St. John's fell right into that trap, and it's just, you know, when Wrecking Ball is good, they're very good, and it really works out well, and it's something that I think worked out really well for DePaul.
Yeah, definitely. It's DePaul just on top right today. It is something that we were expecting. Of course, we came into this expecting DePaul to do well. But St. John's is giving them a run for their money. It's not like they're not putting up any fight. It took a lot of effort to get that first point. They did do a very good job on Oasis. When we go to this third map, Hanamura, there is still an opportunity for St. John's, especially if you look at what happened on Numbani there. Those static objectives where they can set up that defense, that's where DePaul really struggled. And if they can get a good defense out of their own again, they can repeat that same type of play, then this might be either a draw or a victory for St. John's. Then we just go into the next map.
Yeah, I do think St. John's can really come out on top of this. I think we're seeing DePaul, they've won both maps, and, they've won them rather convincingly, a 2-0 and a 3-0, but at the same time, like you said, it wasn't necessarily easy. St. John's, they're giving DePaul a run for their money, and they're showing that they're capable of great coordination and team play. They just need to be doing it perhaps a little more consistently than what we've seen today. Yeah,
100%. And Hanamura, I wouldn't say Hanamura is a map that really shows what teams are made of. It's another 2CP map. But 2CP is that map type where you need to clean up fights quickly. You need to be able to close things out, especially on point B. And that's also where objective control once again comes back into play. If DePaul again shows that they're willing to give up objective percentage, if they're willing to give up space and know how to play around that area properly, then that can really make the difference once again. It really did on Numbani, might again on Hanamura, because it's really a big part of how you play assault maps.
Yeah, absolutely. Assault maps, I would argue, I say this quite often, I think you may have mentioned it or something similar as well, is they're relatively similar to control points in terms of a static point that one team is attacking, and it might be a little bit different as, of course, there's defenders in assault maps, but it's something that St. John's did a much better job on the control map on Oasis than they did on Numbani, so maybe these static points are a little bit better for them. Maybe they can use them to utilize certain comps or positioning or coordination, team communication, find themselves on top, if not at least tying Hanamura to keep the series alive.
Yeah, you're really talking about on these static objectives that aren't control, because control, you run at it at the same time. You don't have time to set up a defense. You don't have time to, it's a very different consideration. But when you talk about both the hybrids first points, both points for assault, you really have that opportunity to come up with the proper strategic plan. You can build, I always compare it to like building a lock. You build a lock, you build a safe, there's a combination that they need to find in order to break it, and you can change the combination in the meantime as well. And that's what makes it so beautiful about Assault, is that combination. It can be any combination you want, but as long as you run it properly, as you hide the combination well enough, the enemy team will have to keep trying to break that safe open. Sometimes the brute force works, but more often than not, it requires precision and a lot of attention. So St. John's versus DePaul, potentially the last map, but there is definitely an opportunity for us to go into a map 4 out of this one.
Yeah, no doubt. And St. John's being on the defense first, they get to set their own win condition. If they allow DePaul to cap both points, they know they have to do the exact same thing. But if they can stall DePaul on that first or that second point, they'll know that that's all they have to do. So St. John's really holding their fate in their hands here.
Now it's going to be St. John's on the defense, like you said. Fiscal, Bazaar, Mr. Koala Man, ITG, Liam Lizard, and Slurpee. We've seen them already on 2 maps. They're going to come out with not the same compositions that we see them do. They actually swap it off. Fiscal and Bazaar on that McCree Torbjorn is nothing new. But Mr. Koala Man, ITG now on the Reinhardt Zarya. That's a swap up. ITG especially, we have seen them play Sigma exclusively so far. We'll see if that makes a difference. Actually, they were on D.Va for a little bit. Don't get me wrong. Actually, need to correct myself there. But yeah, another hero to the pool. That's what you like to see from off-tanks. Be a bit more flexible about it. And we're going to see a Ryan Zarya matchup from the other side. But they're going to go for a teleporter strat. It's coming out, Matt. They're doing it.
Yeah, it's coming in the blink of an eye here. We're going to see a Mei Sim strat. Oh, they're going to do the wall turret. But they missed the wall.
No.
Oh, that's a disaster. Question is, do they just wait it out? Do they wait those 12 seconds? Or are they going to choose to maybe use a little bit different of a team comp and maybe utilize their team comp in a slightly different manner? They're going to go for it again, it looks. Hopefully Water can land it this time. Oh, it looks like they are able to do so, but they are really struggling here. This is not a good look for DePaul. They really want to pull off that cheeky strat, but once you fail it 2 times in a row, you've got almost a minute off the clock. You've just got to push in.
I do like that St. John's basically was just backing up just because they saw the teleporter was going on, and that means the choke is completely open. So whether the teleport worked or not, at least it deterred St. John's to holding at the actual choke, and they can just walk through this high ground now. Reinhardt does get slept. Kronos will not be carrying for that few seconds, but there's the teleporter finally up to the other high ground, rotating across them, and this is where the pincer can happen.
Yeah, maybe we can just call that teleporter the largest debate of all time, because in theory it really did get DePaul the opportunity to push through choke. Like you said, it forced St. John's to just move back, and now Mr. Koalaman with a massive 4-man shatter. We're going to see ITG cleaning up off the back of it. That's going to be a complete team kill coming through for St. John's. A minute and a half off the clock, and DePaul, they get nothing for their efforts here.
No, they do not. They got to stick on that Symmetra, though, it seems like. No swaps of Icarus. Actually, I think they're still in spawn, so they might still go for it. No, it's actually Obscure that goes out of it. It'll be an interesting one to see if they can actually make it work. Maybe they just go straight to points and do it that way. But, yeah, Mr. Koalaman got nothing done on that Reinhardt other than that 4-man shatter, but that was all they needed.
Yeah, the 4-man shatter, I mean, you get 2/3 of a team. It's going to be pretty easy to clean up off the back of it. Picked up both tanks. And I believe the Baptiste was found by it. Or not the Baptiste, I'm sorry. I believe the Ana was found by it as well. And now St. John's, they're going to commit both Graviton Surge and High Noon coming out very early on as well. So DePaul, 2 minutes left, but now they're going to have a mild ultimate advantage if they can push in quick.
Yeah, they should be able to do so. Mr. Koalaman did get another shatter up almost, so that should at least be possible to be hit. And we saw what they could do with it before. That might be all the ultimate they need, especially if Bazaar just lays a cover of Molten Core over it. That's going to be a tough one to get through. But the wall from Icarus is almost always ready, as well as the Blizzard. So if they can make it to points, they can make it to an enclosed area. Those two ultimates can do a lot. Oh, the Shatter!
The Shatter Blizzard combo here. Bazaar able to get out a little bit of the Molten Core, but I mean, Shatter frozen through most of it, so unable to find high value off the back of it. And still, St. John's able to come out on top of this fight. A massive ultimate comes out from DePaul too, really. Shatter and the Blizzard both come out. Icarus now going to swap to Hanzo, so no wall coming out either. Here comes the Reaper. They've got a Nano Boost, a Graviton Surge, and a Dream. 60 seconds left on the clock. DePaul, they've got to do something if they want to end this series here.
They really do, and of course their defense can still be stellar, but their offense needs to at least get something done. 0% is unacceptable for them. They're going to at least go for that 1 or 2 ticks, but probably try and still get that full cap, because that's what you want, and the Graviton is ready. They can just swing into that if they need to. Just watch that shatter. Watch Absolutely. Mr. Koalaman.
Yeah, Mr. Koalaman hitting some big shatters here already. And okay, speak of the devil, we're going to see Shatter come out early on. Mr. Koalaman going to give their own life for it. Bazaar and Leolis are the next to fall. DePaul finally collapsing onto St. John's the way they wanted to minutes ago.
I think they really thought they could maybe go for the Graviton as well afterwards, but ITG couldn't live long enough. The Shatter was committed. Now they're going to have to hold point B. And what looked like, again, an amazing defense just gets gone at the last second. And a lot of that is just down to where they hold. They know that that chokehold is not necessary. They haven't been doing it all game. And as soon as they go for the chokehold, it just gets run over. And that's what you see so often in these type of situations. Icarus tries to go for the flank. Probably just fell off. Maybe the wall climb didn't activate. It happens. It happens to the best of us. Yeah. They're still gonna go for this one with that Graviton, but they might just wait for Icarus for the Graviton Dragon combo. I would love to see it. It's been so long, man. It's been so long since I've seen it.
Yeah, Grav Dragon and St. John's doesn't have a counter for it. They've got a Brigand and Ana, so Grav Dragon, that's free eliminations. They don't have a Baptiste, a Zen, a Lucio. They will be ripped apart if that Grav Dragon combo comes out anytime soon. And DePaul, they're still trying to push into this 5v6.5 before including the turret here. They're just trying to find the value off the back of it, but Icarus finally returning to the fight, 10% away from the Dragons, and if they can make it happen, no, instead the grab comes out from ITG. That's going to be a complete and total just team annihilation. EPOM barely able to make it out with their life, but the Grav Dragons still online. 2 minutes, that's plenty of time.
It is, but that was just indecisiveness at its finest. DePaul could have made a move. They could have. They were there for at least 5 seconds with Icarus already back. And if Icarus could shoot a dragon from further away, he doesn't have to wait. So they just didn't make a move. They stood there inside that corner waiting for ITG to drop on them and do that Graviton to them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the grab. Here's a shatter off the back of it. And, okay, DePaul getting a little bit sloppy here, committing 3 ultimates, losing 3 to a turret! Bazaar's turret! Bazaar, they let the turret live, and it just ended. It just single-handedly ended their push. Bazaar's turret just 3 ultimates down the drain, and a single turret kills half the team. DePaul.
That is
incredibly sloppy.
And who do you attribute that to? Like, who is messing up there? Who makes sure that turret dies? And not only that, who makes sure that those 3 heroes don't go down? Is it Prime and Obscure that are messing up there? Is it Icarus and Water? There's a lot of question marks. All we do know is that turret was the MVP of that fight.
Yeah, there were, I couldn't have said it better. There were a lot of question marks in that fight for DePaul. All 3 roles not playing to the best of their ability there, and it definitely cost them. The nano boost now having to be commit early on to Chronos, just trying to find even half of an elimination, but instead going to give their own life, it looks. Yep, Mr. Koalaman able to find that elimination. 2 already down, 40 seconds left. DePaul, they've got one more push, but they've got to get out right now.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what they're attempting to do at this stage, because half the team is staying on the high ground, but it's not the half that I'm expecting to stay on the high ground.
Right.
So then the tanks drop down with the Ana and the Lucio instead of just the Lucio, for instance, for the extra mobility, whereas the Ana can snipe from above. And then the positioning doesn't really work out. It's a bit of a sloppy one at this stage. It's not like St. John's isn't making mistakes, but they just aren't making that many. They're making like 1 or 2 a fight.
Right.
DePaul is just doing way more like that. They're going straight through the middle. Of course, that's the move to make Sound Barrier out and High Noon to counter.
Oh, Sound Barrier, High Noon, grab, shatter. We see DePaul finally coming out on top. They've got a shatter of their own. It's going to hit Nanoed Mr. Koalaman, but it looks like Chrono is probably going to fall soon. Critical condition. Had an anti-nade on him, but they're going to be healed back up. Mr. Koalaman, Nano Boost comes to an end. Critical condition finally going to be eliminated. 2 ticks on the point here for DePaul, but here comes a Molten Core from Bazaar, going to be eliminated by Icarus and Water, respectively. Liam Lizard able to pick up Epom. The Dragons 2% away, but that turret just a little bit too strong with a little help of Liam Lizard picking up a triple kill. The Brig single-handedly keeping this point alive for St. John's University. Now the Nano Boost on the Lucio. We've got a Boostio on point, but even a Boostio can only do so much, being ripped apart by the damage coming out hot from St. John's University. DePaul, they can contest a little bit longer, but now they're just in that awkward scenario of stalling the point for as long as they can, but trickle in. They will not be able to cap both. They get one and 2/3 points there. Yeah, 77%. So they've set a win condition, and the map is now untieable. So St. John's either wins or loses right here.
Yeah, and of course we are in a situation where we know that St. John's had a trouble capping point A on Numbani in so much that they just didn't. So DePaul definitely still probably feeling pretty confident about that. And the fact that they still got 77% is quite impressive, given the, I wouldn't say the atrocity that they were committing in terms of offense, but it wasn't going as smooth as we saw it going a few other times. And it has been a problem for them in this entire series. It took a while to cap some points back on Oasis. Numbani first wasn't the dream. Now Hanamura first. And, of course, there's always stuff to work on, but if you're DePaul, those attack strats, that's really where your focus must lie in the coming months or weeks or however long you have until your next event. And that's what you'll have to see, having things to work on. It's what makes it fun to play competitive, to keep improving yourself, improving as a team.
Absolutely.
And St. John's coming into this, I mean, obviously they're 2-0 down, and I'm interested to see what they're going to do to this. Are they going to go for like complete cheese strat? Are they going to execute how they would always execute? Bizarre is currently on the Bastion. That could be a fun pick, but only if you set it up correctly, and we'll see if they're going to do that. No, of course not. They're going to go over to Symmetra. It might be a Symmetra counter strat, but Water is also still on the Symmetra. So what will that mean? Will you both be able to rotate wherever you want at any point in time?
Yeah, the turrets are going to be good just as kind of telltales on where the enemies are going to be, but Water's going to have to really unplug this microwave in and find some damage early on, trying to eliminate St. John's. They want to get rid of the shield as fast as possible, and it looks like that's already working, but the teleport strat in looks like it's going to be relatively sloppy. We see Ryan get knocked off the high ground, the Symmetra there to boot. Now Mr. Koalaman caught out a little bit, and yeah, the immortality field going to have to be commit early on. Instead, Icarus the first to fall. Biscual able to find the elimination off the back of it. It's going to be a 5v6 in favor of St. John's, and not only that, but they've got the spawn advantage if they lose even a single person here. Bazaar and Water, they've both got their microwaves at full power here, just ripping the shields apart, trying to find even one more elimination to really secure this win.
Light beams are buzzing all around, and of course, double beams on both sides with the Zaryas as well on high charge. EPOM and ITG getting the damage out, and EPOM gets Slurpee as a result. There goes Fiscal. The beams are doing their work. Mr. Koala Man, you're going to have to be a little careful about this one, otherwise you're going to get pinned, and that is going to be the fight over. DePaul holding that first push, and that already took almost a minute and 40 seconds. It's not a fast one.
Yeah, no, definitely not a fast one at all. And St. John's, they had an elimination. They had an opportunity to push in, and they chose not to take it. They played a little bit slower, and they paid the price for it. They put themselves in a room where about the size of a Reinhardt hammer, and I mean, Kronos took full advantage of that opportunity, ripped that team apart. St. John's, they lose a little bit of time, but 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. That is plenty of time to make the magic happen here.
Magic needs to be happening, though, because they don't have that much ultimates, and there is already...
Oh, no.
Bye-bye!
Oh. Well, at least we don't have to guess what play of the game it's going to be. It's going to be that...
No, it's probably that one, yeah. Unless any environmental kills will happen, like a double or triple, that might counter it, but this is usually the play of the game. We'll see if anyone can top it. Look, ITG and Bazaar are still on Zarya. It might happen that they get an even bigger one. It's possible, but at this stage, we got the bar to be set.
Yeah, Icarus did hit 5. Can Bazaar hit 6? That's the question. That'll confirm a different play of the game. And Prime now on the high ground, going to drop B. That's going to be a big mistake as Grab Dragon's coming out very soon from St. John. But now here go. Oh, just kidding. Here comes the grab, and there's no dragon. Here comes the garage door from Liam Lizard, and we see it's going to be able to pick up 2, but the wall from Water gets to negate a lot of that damage, keep a decent amount of the team alive. Bazaar able to find Icarus, and St. John's, again, they have the numbers, but they're not onto the point quite yet. There's plenty of time for the respawns to come through.
Well, normally I'd say attackers spawn advantage, but because they got that defensive teleporter, they're actually going to be able to get back to this fight relatively quickly. They can give up a few ticks in order to get that point going. Fiscal trying to get some high noon going on from the side, but they have to touch it. Kronos cannot do it. That's point A gone, and they're still getting cleaned up. They'll have quick respawns, but this might be Snowball City.
Yeah, there's definitely some snowball potential here. A complete team kill comes through. On to DePaul, a little bit staggered, so we don't get to hear Athena's voice letting us know, but all 6 of them were eliminated in that last fight and pushed back to spawn here. St. John's now, like you said, snowball potential. It's waiting to happen. They just need to be aggressive about it.
Yeah, with those changes, they did get almost instant respawns on DePaul's side. It still looks to have been just enough, and they've almost got another Grab Dragon combo up, which on this high ground is ridiculous. There goes Bazaar, though. The Dragon is beautifully placed.
The Dragon able to pick up Slurpee. That's going to be huge. It's going to be the first brig to fall here. St. John's unable to find any high value off the back of it. Icarus now going to take a little bit of damage as well. EPOM takes out Bazaar, and St. John's, they're not going to be able to come out on top of this engagement quite yet. There are some pretty decent trades, but the whole idea of assault maps is the defenders have a massive spawn advantage in Water with the hammer kill on to ITG.
Now I'm looking forward to seeing what St. John's can pull off in their further on their attack. They still got 3 minutes, so quite a lot of time to work with. So they should be fine for a little bit. Got the Graph coming up, both support ultimates. Graph on the other side, though, could just throw a wrench in their plans. Just Baptiste and a Brig ultimate might not get you through that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great observation as well. The support ults coming out from St. John's, I don't think are going to be enough to help them live through a Grav, especially if a Shatter is going to follow up off the back of it. But we're going to have to see how well that really works out. Here comes the window in the rally before the Grav even rears its head. There's the Immortality field. EPOM is a great opportunity here. It's going to be a double Grav. It sounds like they hit each other simultaneously, and St. John's still able to come out on top of that engagement. They've got 2 minutes, 15 seconds, and they don't even have to cap the full thing. St. John's may have just won Hanamura.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play on the side with that application matrix and the Hanzo just beaming down arrows through that. That's exactly what cleans up that entire fight, cleans the entire map. Everything was just going their way. Instead of just throwing arrows, you're throwing huge logs with iron points on them. That's what that amplification matrix does to you. It will be that Icarus play of the game. I don't think anyone's surprised at that one, but that was a beautiful play on the side there from Liam Lizard and Bazaar. That was just well executed on the side. No one was ready from DePaul to counter that. And that's what you call, I wouldn't say a missed opportunity, but that's where I was talking about before. I mentioned it once, I'm going to mention it again. It's a concept called flipping the map, where as the defending team, you sort of go behind the attackers, you basically counter-rotate them, and you flip the map. So you are then in the attacker position. And they could have done that by, we saw that actually on the defense from St. John's, where they used that for the Graviton. But that didn't really work for DePaul. DePaul never really punished those rotations. And if they want to win some more maps, especially if you go to Escort, that's such an easy thing to do, where you can get behind the enemy team, get them from multiple angles, and just pick them off when they're moving to a new location.
Yeah, and Escort, another map, or excuse me, not Escort, Watchpoint Gibraltar, another map that is relatively popular on that dive comp, especially for those first and second points. You see dive quite a lot coming out, and I think we saw DePaul, their dive on Hanamura, or excuse me, Numbani, a little bit sloppy, but maybe they're a little bit more warmed up on it. Maybe they know their win conditions with it a bit better and can hopefully make it work better. But if not, I mean, there's a timeline where St. John's also takes Gibraltar.
Yeah, there definitely is. And then we go to a map 5, something that maybe not everyone was expecting at the start of this one. But it's definitely a nice surprise to see this going, at least not to a clean 3-0 for DePaul. Or St. John's for that matter. But yeah, going to Gibraltar soon. I'm looking forward to that one. I just want to see some snipers, honestly. Not just the Huns, though. I want to see some Ash. I want to see some Widowmaker. I want to see some long-range hit scan action. Because that would just finish everything up. We've seen basically everything besides the Bastion today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we really have not seen the Bastion quite yet. And I, personally, a huge fan of Bastion myself. I think he's a very fun character to play and character to watch. I know a very controversial Overwatch opinion there, but I think that's something that is always quite entertaining to see. And I think Watchpoint Gibraltar is a map that lends itself to some pretty efficient Bastion gameplay.
It could be. You could payload tank it. You could build that mobile unit where the Bastion just sits on the payload. But I think that's a pretty outdated strategy. I think at this stage, everyone will be able to deal with that. It would be fun to see, but I'm looking forward to seeing. Again, I'm just all for the snipers. Maybe even some D.Va play. I mean, she did get that buff where now she has 300 armor, 300 health instead of that 200-400 split that we had before. So she's a bit tankier. Yeah, it's all up to the players, all up to the teams. Maybe see what they pull out.
Yeah, honestly, I think D.Va could be a good pick as well. I really like her buff personally. I think it's one that is quite impressive and something that works out really well. And I personally am a big fan of D.Va gameplay myself. I think she's a very entertaining character to watch. I think the Ryan buffs come out as well, but on Gibraltar, doesn't necessarily matter until maybe that third point. Reinhardt gets played a little bit, maybe somewhere in the second, but all in all, I don't think it's necessarily primarily a Reinhardt map.
No, it definitely isn't. It is a Reinhardt map if you can force the enemy to constantly fight on the payload, but you can actually brawl it out. But that's very tricky to do on a map like Gibraltar. So yeah, again, it's all about what the teams actually want to do. I'm thinking it's going to be more of the hybrid style. I think Chronos back on the Wrecking Ball is a high possibility, high probability.
Agreed.
They might still run the Sigma next to it. Maybe D.Va, maybe a Winston. There's options there, options aplenty, and it's all about what they prefer, what their comfort heroes are. Because remember, we're not an Overwatch league. They don't have to be good at every single hero, but they definitely have to have some comfort going on, have to have some practice. And Gibraltar, it's one of those maps that if you practice properly, you can just snowball through the entire thing. We saw how good they did it on Numbani without a static objective to get through. That might be even worse.
Yeah. Hopefully that we can see something come out very effective here from St. John's, because I talked about early on, I thought this was going to be a very effective 3-0 in DePaul's favor. And St. John's, they've finally shown some signs of life, and don't get me wrong, DePaul made quite a few big-ticket mistakes on Hanamura there that ended up costing them the map. But, are they going to take that energy and are they going to crumble underneath it? Will DePaul continue to make these sloppy mistakes, or are they going to clean up after that and really decide this is the time to put our feet back in the game and really win this all?
Yeah, and when you talk about mistakes, right, the mistakes that DePaul are making, I wouldn't say they're necessarily mistakes, they're choices, right? So way you play Overwatch has been changing a lot over time. Of course, sometimes you just stand there and wait, sometimes you make the first move, sometimes you can fake a move and then rubber band it back. There's a lot of different ways to play it, and right now it's all about making that first move, being decisive, catching your opponent off guard, and DePaul is just showing indecisiveness. They're showing they're showing an unwillingness to make the first move sometimes, or an unwillingness to play fast, to play quick, and that really hampers them, because that means that St. John's often gets to make that first move, and that's where their plans go astray, because they cannot execute what they wanted, they don't know what's happening because they didn't plan for it, and then they have to adapt on the fly. And as good as a team they are, because they are mechanically gifted, they know what they're doing, that really puts them on the back foot a lot of the time. And then as good as your mechanics are, you cannot always recover. That's what we saw in Hanamura. That's what we saw happen a few times on Numbani. But yeah, I hope we can see more of that being fixed as the series goes on. and go to Gibraltar, that's definitely a map where decision is key.
Yeah, absolutely. And this map, I think, lends itself very aggressively to being a very team-coordinated heavy map. You really can't... You don't see people pop off as individuals very often on this map. You much rather see people consistently perform as teams at a very high level.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, high-level gameplay, that's all it's all about, right? Like, you can't always just rely on that one carry. And even if you have that one carry, you still need to make sure they have the space to work with, that they have the opportunity to actually pull out the place that they want to. So we're going to be seeing what St. John's is going to do. They're going to attack first this time. Of course, they won a map, so that means that probably DePaul got the opportunity to pick the side they wanted to start on, and they picked the defense. In the blue, going to be waiting with that Winston Diva, Soldier, Hanzo, Zenyatta on a combination. And we're seeing it. The EPOM Diva is coming out. Are they going to get some nice self-destructs? Is the defense matrix going to be worth it? Well, we'll see what it's going to be against that Rodok Sigma combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And DePaul on this defensive dive here, they chose defense first. Similar to as I was saying on Hanamura, the defensive team gets to set their own win condition. They get to decide how far this cart goes, and they just have to play well enough to make sure this cart doesn't make it very far. If it makes it to all 3 points, they have to do the same thing just to keep the game alive. Not only, they'll have to take it even further to win the map.
St. John's really going for a close-range poke brawly comp, making sure that they have to go to the objective to stop them. So far, working out okay. Got the numbers advantage going, but Bazaar is almost... No, doesn't quite get it. Water has a good high ground peel going for their Ana. The rest comes out on Fiscal. This is going to continue in a longer, drawn-out fight where picks are key. It's going to be one by one, and the trades need to be consistently happening here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as EPOM loses the mech, has to go for the tactical reset. That's going to be a big disaster for DePaul. St. John's, they're about to get this first point seemingly for free. They really have not put up much of a fight quite yet.
No, they haven't. But to be fair, they also are tricky for them. They have to kind of poke with a dive, use their abilities effectively. This is a big problem, though. Fiscal is constantly damage boosted by the Mercy, has to be jumped on by Kronos to actually be taken out, but it does work out for them. Bazaar and Water do have a little bit of a skirmish. Mr. Koala Man falls as a result of that one. Now, Bazaar is the only thing that can get out of that high ground. I think that's the main issue that St. John's is having right now. They cannot really stop the players on the high ground. So what they've been doing is they say, okay, so we just go to the cart, make sure that we get the progress, and then they have to eventually touch. But as long as Kronos and EPOM can do that without dying, this is going to be an infinite poke battle that Water and Icarus should be winning.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Water and Icarus should be winning this engagement pretty consistently, but like you said, Fiscal, for a brief time there, I mean, it was just a shooting range. They just constantly got to take these players out, and then finally some pressure from Kronos, and that actually stalls the entirety of St. John's push, but Fiscal, again on the Ash, just an absolute fiend so far, able to find these crucial eliminations and maybe even crack the point wide open. Here comes Nano Boost onto Water. Tac Visor comes out as well, but there's not really any small health targets to lock onto. Instead, most of the Tac Visor are going to be sent down the drain. ITG with a rock to the face. First point, 1.4 meters away from capping first, and St. John's looks like they're going to do it here. It cost them a couple more ultimates than maybe they wanted, but it looks like they are able to cap that first point. 4 minutes left on the clock. Icarus stuck in the back line, probably going to have to give their life here.
I mean, right there, that fight is the prime example as to why Ash has been picked over Soldier in every single situation forever. Yep. The ultimate difference. You get a nano-boosted Soldier that just gets eliminated, and then there's 1,000 health auto-aim Bob on the points. I mean, what would you rather have? An extra team member with 1,000 health that just auto-aims at anything? Or someone that is relatively squishy and that still has to do a lot of work and... Yeah, the answer's pretty clear. They do hold off here, get the high ground control off that shuttle, get a kick here and there, but Fiscal needs to be stopped.
Yeah, Fiscal is just a beast right now. Absolutely insane to see Bazaar and Fiscal able to both pick up eliminations before EPOM finds that one kill onto this Ash, who I feel is almost single-handedly controlling the momentum of these fights, constantly finding 1, 2, I think even 3 eliminations at one point just to crack these fights wide open. The pulse bomb in the back line, unable to land the stick, but Prime still panics and forces out that Transcendence. Now the bomb from EPOM, is it going to be big? It's going to be not big at all. Is Immortality Field the only thing to be eliminated? DePaul, now they've put 2 ultimates down the drain, and they're still not on top of this fight.
No, they aren't. There's not that much coming out on the other side, though. As I say, of course, the whole hog hits. Liam Lizard is ready with that amplification matrix as well on the high ground. Says Fiscal, come to me. We're gonna have some fun with that huge window and the shooting range that you've been loving so much. And Fiscal's probably gonna be very happy about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Fiscal just a beast right now, an absolute fiend in terms of damage and eliminations. 80% to another Bob once again. In DePaul University, I mean, they're not countering this Ashe like they need to be. Even when Fiscal's not the one getting the eliminations, they're still the one putting in the damage. And these dynamites have been nothing but absolutely massive. Liam Lizard able to find water, so that's another tack visor just down the drain for DePaul, the soldier pick. Not the pick they wanted it to be along the way. 8% away from our aimbot Bob friend coming out soon. And now we see it's probably going to just come flying out off cooldown. Icarus already gone. Obscure gone as well. Here's the Bob eliminations out as well. Fiscal taking some damage, but Water just can't find the eliminations afterward.
Yeah, Water is not able to get any angles on anything, and because they only get limited time to actually shoot, their bullets have to be super impactful. Fiscal doesn't get them necessarily that much room to shoot with a lot of the time, but because they only have to hit one shot on most of these squishies, their shot value, the accuracy value is way higher. And Mr. Koala Man is been doing a pretty good job on this Roadhog. There's a reason why EPOM and Kronos have to actually switch over now. And yeah, it's not just because of the Ashe, it's also because of Mr. Koala Man, as is evidenced by that play right there. You don't need the hooks anymore, EPOM. It's not that fun anymore to play Sigma.
Yeah, honestly, I think Kronos swapping onto Wrecking Ball, like you said, goes to show how aggressive Mr. Koala Man has been. It's forced a rotation out from DePaul and forced them to change their team comp. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Bizarre could not be further in the back line right now. Just probably looking to find a cheeky pulse bomb once again. If they force out Prime's Transcendence, that's going to be nothing but a disaster for DePaul. Yep, and there it is.
Well, Bizarre gets that pulse bomb already, and they were going on. The Transcendence, like you said, was out. There's the Amplification Matrix. This is not going to be a fun fight if you just have to keep being shot through this Matrix. Mr. Koala Man going awfully low, but just gets healed up by the Mercy and the Baptiste. They're completely fine. Liam Lizard and Slurpee have been doing an excellent job so far, and this is where the equalization happens. Now you have close response. Can you hold on if you're DePaul? Can you stop them from capping? So far, the answer is starting to be yes.
Yeah, we see DePaul finally coming back, showing signs of life here, and now they've got the massive spawn advantage. It'll be a little bit easier to spell this cart. It's made it all the way to the third point of Gibraltar. Now, not only does DePaul have to prevent them from capping all three, DePaul's going to have to cap all three themselves on the attack in just over a minute and a half. Kronos able to pick up a double elimination, Fiscal and ITG gone. Prime going to be eliminated by Slurpee as well. The Battle Mercy comes out, rears her ugly head, and really finds a valuable elimination in that Zenyatta.
Yeah, so far, this has not been a fun one for DePaul, but at least they've been having very long, drawn-out engagements. It's not been a complete run-through, so only a minute 16 on the clock, and you already used your Baptiste on that high ground. Are you going to be able to rest that? Are you, Slurpee? Well, they're going for it at least now. Oh, they just get out of range? No, they get it off. Oh, that was close, though.
That was very close. I also thought they fell out of range, but the res does end up coming through, bring the Baptiste to life, and now you can push in a little bit harder. Less than a minute on the clock now. 60 seconds just passes us. Icarus trying to find even just one cheeky shot. A single cheeky headshot could really turn the tide of this fight in DePaul's favor for the first time in what feels to be a long time.
Yeah, and of course we do have the damage fall off for Ashe, so the longer sidelines on this means that she might not actually be able to get that one-shot headshot on a lot of targets. We'll see if that comes out though. Mr. Koala Man going for it. Fiscal tries to get the headshot on the Ana, but Obscure just digging out their head just in time. But now it's Bizarre's time. Bizarre goes to the high ground, forces off the Ana, and now the team is split again. Water under pressure.
Yeah, Water under pressure indeed. A pulse bomb from Bizarre, unable to find any eliminations quite yet, but Prime already takes out Mr. Koala Man before committing that Transcendence. Able to keep the team alive. DePaul can take this moment to get slightly more aggressive, and EPOM ITG gonna commit a Gravitic Flux, able to find two in the Chaos. Both Prime and Kronos. Now the Tac Visor on the high ground. Gravitic Flux, there's the one from EPOM. Tac Visor, Nano Boost online. DePaul, they need to win this right here, right now, and it looks like they're gonna be able to. That's gonna be a complete, not a total team kill. It's Bizarre. There it is, there's the team kill. All six have now been eliminated, and DePaul University, they prevent the cap 78.67 meters, 2 points. DePaul, they have to do just a little bit better than that.
Yeah, DePaul I mean, they did struggle on the defense, but they still managed to have a pretty decent end run. Like that is not a completion of Gibraltar, obviously. The payload didn't get onto that last final few meters. It stopped a little bit before that. It's a good place for them. And DePaul now can put their own initiative, their own pressure on. It's going to be way harder for Fiscal to find an angle when you're constantly under pressure yourself. And on the attack, Ashe is usually a lot freer to choose her position than she is on the defense. So we'll see how DePaul deals with that, whether their dive initiation or any other composition that they run is going to be more valuable to them. But we've seen how much they can struggle on attack in this series. So we'll see if that continues on an escort map where momentum is everything. But we know that once they find it, they could just snowball all the way to the end, no stop.
Yeah. Absolutely. There could be a massive snowball potential here for DePaul. They're just going to have to find that early value. They're going to have to find the early elimination and get the momentum started. If St. John's is able to stop that momentum in its tracks, DePaul's really going to start to struggle.
DePaul now running out with their own Ashe. Water is going to pull it out. Fiscal's still going to be on it with Bazaar. Nothing changing on the defense side. And on the attack, they are definitely swapping things up. EPOM on the Sigma, Chronos back on that famous Wrecking Ball. These initiations will be brutal. If Chronos can get a beautiful slam off, then Water has a shooting range to say thank you to. Yes, they're not running the Mercy, but you don't need to if you can always position that shot perfectly. Nice dynamite on Bazaar there. That's not what you like to see your Tracer there, but Fiscal is ready.
Fiscal always one step ahead, able to find Icarus at the beginning of the fight, and there's no mercy to get that resurrection either. Chronos in the back line trying to kill, if not just distract Liam Lizard from healing, so the team can follow up off the back of it. Water playing a low ground Ashe and just tanking damage. I'm not sure. This is quite an unusual thing here. Maybe they're just playing the Ashe to counter Fiscal, but Fiscal currently unstoppable, able to pick up a double kill already. The momentum already being stalled for DePaul. St. John's, I mean, if they win Gibraltar, they're going to take us all the way to map 5.
Yeah, that would be something, wouldn't it? So far, they're definitely showing that they can do it. It's all about how DePaul recovers. We saw what they did in Numbani. They barely kept point A and then just ran all the way through with a kill on Fiscal like that. That's beautiful. Almost denying the res. But at least getting the kill on the Slurpee. Chronos, maybe if they get out alive here, that's huge. They do indeed get the mega health back. And then the Slurpee gone. No more damage boost for your Ashe. Equalizing that one. And you've still got your own Discord Orb. So Water in a better position now than Fiscal is. And Fiscal, ooh, that hook. But still, it's only a Sigma.
Yeah, that hook was a little rough, and the Sigma ended up surviving as well, which is great. Now we see Bazaar being caught out a little bit by the DPS line of DePaul. They're trying to find the kill. Clean headshot from Water. Great tracking, and EPOM able to find Slurpee as well. 2 massive eliminations make it 3 as Liam Lizard the next to fall. The support line entirely missing for St. John's University. Water only 23% away from a Bob, and that's going to be a massive ultimate. Looks like they're not even going to need it to cap this first point. The momentum is finally rolling in their favor once again.
And you can just see that the high ground usage of St. John's isn't as clean as it was from DePaul. As much as DePaul got evicted from their high ground, they always had the initial position correct. Bazaar is lurking behind, is trying to maybe go for a backline post bomb play once they get it online, which is not that far away. But they're looking for that elimination, or maybe just looking to get out. I don't really know what they're doing at this stage. Bazaar just crouch walking away, trying to get there. But they don't know if they've been spotted. I don't think so, but now they have.
Yeah, they've definitely been spotted now, staring the DPS line in the face once again, farming that pulse bomb. And Bazaar, only 1% away, probably going to look for a pretty cheeky stick in the back line here. Leo Lizard able to take Icarus out of the fight. Main DPS already missing. Things are not looking good here for DePaul. The momentum looks like it's going to be stalled once again.
Yeah, one more stall, one more play. Oh, and a sleep dart by Bazaar. Oh, gets shot by Fiscal anyways. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
That's one way to keep a teammate alive.
And look at the ultimates that they have. Both teams have so many ultimates online, but they never get to use them because it's just a pig fight over and over again. Chronos barely gets out alive with those adaptive shields. That's what you love to see. Icarus just walks back to spawn. They want to give Obscure the nano, but that doesn't matter because Obscure already has the nano. Just wants the stats, I guess. Stat padding in Overwatch. In 2020, it's still a thing.
Absolutely. Fiscal, probably pretty proud of that cheeky elimination out of Obscure. And DePaul now having 5 eliminations, St. John's having 6. We are very close to a full-blown apocalypse here. All 12 players about to have their ultimates online, but I'm sure at least one of them is going to come out before Chronos commits this minefield. Yep, there's Bazaar with the pulse bomb. I don't think they've landed a pulse bomb elimination yet. Bazaar unable to find any high value off the back of it. Water now has the Bob. Here's Gravitic Flux. Here's Bob. Here's Bob. Here's Icarus with a double headshot elimination onto Fiscal and Slurpee. Gravitic Flux from ITG able to find Water with the elimination. Garage Door comes out from Liam Lizard. Water's Bob takes out Fiskals. The Bazaar and ITG from St. John's able to rip DePaul apart once again. They're putting in the work, and DePaul can just not stay on top of it enough. It's going to be 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. DePaul, they're going to have to change something if they want to cap this second point.
Well, I think the change is going to be Water over to Soldier and Prime to the Brigitte. I will say Brigitte's Prime's Transcendences have left something wanting. It's been a consistent issue where the Transcendence just has been used, and then afterwards the off-tank ultimate comes out. Whether it's a Gravitic Flux or Graviton Surge, it has been happening a lot of the time. And why that is, that's of course still a question that should be asked. Maybe they think they can finish the fight before it matters. Maybe there's another reason, but there's definitely sustain missing in that case. And that's, that is a situation you're running into there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see Chronos 5% away from that minefield, but Icarus, the first one to fall again. I believe that's 3 fights in a row. Icarus has been the first elimination on either side. DePaul just constantly unable to move in, as at least one of them are constantly eliminated at all times. Things have been looking rough. A minefield commitment on the high ground just to make Fiskal drop down is an unconventional play, to say the very least. Chronos, maybe a bit of desperation coming out of that play there.
It makes a lot of sense to do that. It's just, you would have liked to get an elimination with it. Yeah, I don't know. DePaul looks very distraught at the moment. They have execution plans. They definitely are still executing strategies. They get that kill in the Fiskal here, but is it going to be enough to get this point?
Yeah, they're going to have to get the point. Maybe. They're going to have to do it quickly. Prime able to find an elimination, but they're just going to have to find more value off the back of this. I mean, Liam Lizard unable to do much, and Prime picks up Mr. Koala Man as well. This Lucio just desperately trying to find these eliminations in time, but Bizarre constantly able to find at least one more off the back of it. Water even committing attack visor in a desperate attempt to keep this point alive, but Bob almost takes the attack visor out of the fight. Immortality Field has been eliminated, and now it's just a Baptiste and a Bob. But Liam Lizard able to pick up Water. DePaul, they're so close to capping this, but it looks like they're again not going to be able to.
They just take so long to clean up these kills. It's the few things, especially the Tracer of Bazaar stays out alive for way too long. It's insane how much they're not able to get that Tracer out. And they don't really have a great counter for it either. It's maybe a Sleep Dart, maybe one headshot from Icarus, but that's about it. It's really up to Water to maybe hit some Helixes, but they're just not getting it done right now. Their ultimates are looking really good for this fight, though. I gotta say that Minefield, Gravitic Flux, it's a great combo to use. Yes, there's 3 on the other side, but those aren't as easy to execute other than that Gravitic Flux of their own.
Yeah, most definitely. And here comes that Gravitic Flux from ITG. And now we're going to see Pulse Bomb and Whole Hog online as well for St. John's. But the minefield, you'd think it'd be enough just to find the space to cap the card. It's going to be an elimination onto Liam Lizard, a massive one at that. 2 have already fallen in favor of St. John's, though. Water's going to be the next one. Bizarre able to pick up a Pulse Bomb elimination finally when it matters most. 3 eliminations come through, and St. John's, they just did it. We're going all the way to map 5.
Yeah, map 5 is coming in. It's going to be a one of those where you're just looking at it and like, oh, so this is what we're doing now. We're counting on a quick 3-0, and then it just becomes a 2-2. Chronos gets to play the game, but that's not what you wanted to see. You wanted to see a map win if you're DePaul, and now you're going to have to go back to control after already losing 2 maps in a row. This momentum for St. John's is alive right now.
Absolutely. St. John's, all of a sudden, they start kicking, and at the end of the day, that's exactly what they needed to be doing. They take it from 2-0 to 2-2. They've tied it all the way up. We're going to move into our 5th and final map, which is going to be a control point. Once again, it's going to be Busan.
It is Busan coming right at you after already 4 maps. It's gonna be quick, hot, and heavy, because that's what control always is. DePaul versus St. John's. I mean, it is the last match of the season. It's fitting that it's a long one, but it's definitely not what we signed up for, Matt.
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly thought this was going to be a 3-0 in DePaul's favor, and I mean, I'm stoked St. John's has been able to prove me wrong, though. This has been absolutely phenomenal to see a team that didn't necessarily have the best season in the fall split. They're able to come in, and they're able to go complete toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in the season. This is a great look for St. John's.
It is. I'm loving it as well. I mean, St. John's just doing what they do, and Fiskal really a linchpin into that. But not just that. I mean, Bazaar's been doing a great job. The tanks are coming alive. ITG and Mr. Koala Man. Like it's all up on the line for both of these teams. You'll have to see it. Busan coming at you very shortly, and we're going to be seeing the conclusion of this match, Matt.
Yeah, we are. I mean, this is gonna be it. We're coming in hot, and I spent all of the fall split talking about how St. John's, they were always so close to greatness. They were always one play away. They were always one team member away, one miscommunication away from being a fantastic team. And today, they're finally here to show us that they are capable. It took, you know, maybe a little bit longer than they wanted, but I'm stoked that they have put in the work and the effort to make this happen. We're gonna throw it to a quick break. We're gonna keep you guys on the edge of your seats, but don't go far. We'll be back in just a minute.
What is going on, everybody? I have absorbed Man of Class.
No, all jokes aside, he did have to go to a prior commitment. He was filling in today for who was supposed to be my co-caster. They were having some technical difficulties, and this being pushed into a Game 5. Unfortunately, he did have to leave, so you're stuck with just my voice for the rest of this, and I'll be with you guys in Rocket League immediately after. So a huge shout out to Man of Class for joining me today. He didn't have to do that, but he still went out of his way to make sure I had a co-caster for a majority of this. But I was a co-caster when I started my casting career. I was a solo caster when I started my casting career. This is where I was born, this is where my roots are, and this is something that I'm excited to be doing on stream for you guys. I haven't solo cast in a very long time, but now I get to really offer all of my personal full-blown analysis. There's no one to disagree with me, so good luck for that, guys. But I'm really excited to jump in. As you know, if you're just joining us, DePaul University, they take both Oasis and Numbani very convincingly, but then St. John's, they take Hanamura and Watchpoint Gibraltar back-to-back. So we're now 2-2. We're going to come down to Busan, and control maps untieable. So one of these teams walks away victorious here. Will it be DePaul University, the fall split powerhouse that we saw the entire season, or St. John's? the unsung underdogs that every week I always talked about. We're so close to greatness. Are they able to show how great this team has really become with lots of practice, lots of coordination, and lots of communication? St. John's and DePaul, both teams ready to put it all on the table. The final match of the Vincentian Cup Overwatch division. One of these teams walks away victorious. And as the gates open up, we see a Ryan Zarya comp, almost identical tanks, identical supports. Both teams have a Reaper. Icarus on the Hanzo, Fiscal on the McCree. So this is something you don't see very often, but we're going to see that this McCree probably going to find a little bit more value. Usually the Reaper would, but DePaul University, they're going to have to get up close and personal for this Hanzo to be finding the value they want it to. Water and Bazaar both trying to get in close, but they can't afford to get in too close or they will end up giving their own lives, especially Water, because that McCree flashbang is a lethal ability and will get him killed. And now the point opens up. Both teams still trying to find an elimination. All 12 players still standing relatively strong. The support lineup coming through on both sides, doing an amazing job, all things considered. Mr. Koalaman drops to critical health, but we see Slurpee and Liam Lizard right there behind him, trying to keep that Reinhardt up. The bubble from Kronos is going to be very difficult. The eliminations coming through quick. Kronos unable to find anything off the back of it, almost being eliminated. There it is! Icarus cracks the fight wide open. A headshot onto Bazaar. Kronos and Mr. Koalaman go toe-to-toe. Kronos comes out victorious. Liam Lizard and ITG the next to go. With that, Kronos almost charges themselves off the map, but Bazaar Fiscal saves them with the flashbang. That was a very cheeky move from Kronos, but that's exactly what happened. An amazing job so far. It took a very long time, but DePaul, they're able to cap that first point. We're waiting for this next engagement to come through relatively quickly. St. John's, they're trying to find it. A massive shatter comes out from Kronos. We're going to see DePaul clean up without breaking a sweat off the back of that. Water able to pick up a double kill and just an amazing job. A great shatter coming through. He looked Koala Man in the face. He absolutely alphaed. It was an amazing job. It's exactly what they needed, but now they're down that ultimate. EPOM almost has that grab. The Dragons are online from Icarus, but St. John's, they do have that beat online. Liam Lizard will be the savior of the team if they can pull it off correctly. We're going to see this, another shatter come out. It's going to be a triple coming out from Mr. Koala Man. A massive anti-nade coming out as well from Slurpee. That's going to rip half of DePaul to shreds. Things are looking unfortunate to say the very least. These teams, they do their best, but they don't succeed. And right now, St. John's going to flip it right back. This is going to be a close match. Oh, I keep pausing like I have a co-caster. No, guys, it's just me right now. So now we see St. John's. They're going to get very aggressive, and they know that they've got a grab of their own, but they've got no dragons to boot. Where DePaul, they've got the grab dragons coming in hot. They need to bait that beat out first. That Lucio has to make the magic happen, and it has to really be the savior of the team. Here comes the grab from ITG. Do they commit the long-distance high noon? No, instead, EPOM with a grab of their own. There's the beat. There's the dragons. I called every single one of those ultimates flying out in DePaul. They're going to drop their beat later, hit all 6. Here comes the high noon from Fiscal, but it looks like the entire team going to be able to avoid it. High noon comes to a very unceremonious end, and now St. John's, they are down in the numbers. DePaul University unable to find anything big off the back of this, and St. John's, they're going to try to win this engagement. It looks like Bazaar going to try to help find the elimination onto Prime. Here comes a Death Blossom from Water, going to pick up 0. That's going to be 3 down on the side of DePaul. Slurpee the next one to fall, but right now St. John's University has ripped them apart once again. It's going to be about 60% to 45 with the recap coming through. An amazing job so far coming out from both these teams, and as we move into this next fight, it's gonna be a Nano Boost versus an Earth Shatter. Which one of these ultimates is gonna be a little bit better? And now St. John's pushing in. They're going to get very aggressive, but no, the shatter from Kronos is going to be huge. Water and Icarus able to find these eliminations. EPOM able to find one as well. Slurpee going to be the next to fall. That's going to rip this team apart. DePaul University, they're going to come out back on top of this. We see St. John's University. They've got a couple ultimates to work with. They just don't have the numbers right now. Prime way too deep in the back line. Things are disastrous. ITG almost loses a 1v1 to a Lucio, but just barely stays alive. Kronos and Bazaar doing a fantastic job just keeping this, Kronos doing a fantastic job keeping Bazaar in that back line. They need to watch out for that pulse bomb. We know that ultimate is a life ender, and DePaul does not have any ultimates to work against it. They've got the bubbles from EPOM, but is that going to be enough? That's really going to come down to the reaction time from that Zarya. St. John's University now almost has 6 ultimates. They're going to commit a grab early. That's going to be a pulse bomb into it, but no, the bubble is going to come through from EPOM. Just going to be absolutely huge. Max charge Zarya here. Mr. Koalaman drops a shatter, hits 1, but gives their life to do it. Slurpee the next to fall. St. John's had 6 ultimates. They've used 4 now, and they're still not not coming out on top of this fight. The high noon from Fiscal, unable to find an elimination. Liam Lizard takes out Icarus. If Fiscal can clean up off the back of this fight is winnable. It's going to be a McCree versus the Lucio Zarya matchup here. If he finds the Lucio, this fight, no, instead he's going to go for the Zarya, but instead his own Wrecking Ball, Mr. Koala Man, knocks him too far back. The Flash Fan doesn't come through. Just going to be very unfortunate to see the beat being dropped by Prime. They are now in overtime. It's going to hit 5 of the 6 DePaul members now. We see it's coming through in the blink of an eye. Overtime timer starts to tick away. Bizarre now able to find water on the Doomfist. DePaul going to lose their Reaper. That's going to be a Death Blossom offline as well. Things are absolutely disastrous here for St. John's. They're going to lose ITG on the Winston. Bizarre gone as well. There's a grab. There's a shatter. There's a nano. The Death Blossom is ready. There's no ultimates ready for St. John's. They've almost all swapped, and the ultimates they had, they used in their last fight. Mr. Koalaman finds Obscure once again. The Ana just hardly getting to play the game. Fiscal able to find EPOM. It looks like the Rhine Charge Chronos sends it way too far back into the back line. Or excuse me, into their own back line, and they're obviously 99% for St. John's. Water immediately stunned out of a Death Blossom. St. John's, they might be able to do this. The Dragons threw onto the point. Icarus trying to keep it alive, but no, Chronos gonna fall. Icarus going to fall, and DePaul University, they let this map fall through their fingertips here. St. John's, the underdogs of a lifetime, coming through, able to secure the mecha-based victory. St. John's now one map away from winning this all. Absolutely phenomenal job. Things are looking phenomenal for St. John's. They are one control map away from really taking the lead here. I could not be more impressed with what we've seen from them so far, and I hope that they're able to do this as we move into downtown. My personal favorite Busan map, St. John's, they're really going to have to really not hold any of their stops here. They're going to have to full swing into this, and Fiscal being on the Soldier, I'm not sure that's the right move. We might want to see an Ashe come out here, but Fiscal, you know, there it is. You know, as I say it, Fiscal swaps onto the Ashe. DePaul University running a dive comp. They're going to be running right into Mr. Koala Man, who's once again on this Roadhog. Things are definitely going to be unique because this Roadhog is really going to have to hit the hooks to make the magic happen here. Things are going to work. It's going to be difficult to find the high value I think they're looking for off the back of this, but as long as the Roadhog can do what they need to, and this damage boosted Ashe can land even 1 or 2 cheeky shots, that's going to be all that matters. And now DePaul, they're still on that dive. Bizarre going head-to-head with Icarus. Both Tracers. No, Icarus going to be the first to fall. A great opportunity for St. John's. Fiscal now putting the damage out onto EPOM, who's on that Diva. It's going to be a great look so far. St. John's trying to make the magic happen here. Icarus had already fallen. They had a 5v6 to push in. They didn't really take it. They wanted one more clean elimination to secure a victory here, but unable to do much off the back of it. Obscure standing in plain sight, just standing in the middle of the road. Fiscal now going toe-to-toe with Chronos. Going to lose that engagement, but it looks like Slurpee not far behind. The Resurrection most likely going to come through, as I think Chronos just... No, it looks like they might be body blocking as the Resurrection would have come through already. Mr. Koala Man finds the elimination onto this Winston, but it's not going to matter quite yet. The point cap already did come through for St. John's University. I need to take a drink of water, guys. Give me just a sec. St. John's trying to pick up more eliminations off the back of it. 17% away from a Pulse Bomb. Bizarre, not really notorious for hitting these Pulse Bomb sticks. I think we've seen maybe 1 stick in the 5 maps we've played today, so hopefully Bizarre can maybe be a little bit more consistent with that. But when you have an ultimate as fast charging as Pulse Bomb, you don't really care about how well they're hitting as long as you're putting in the damage to farm them as fast as possible. Now we see a great bubble coming out from Chronos just to keep themselves alive, and Mr. Koala Man just tanking damage in this back line. Bizarre trying to look for a Pulse Bomb, trying to maybe passively charge it or look for the elimination onto the McCree. Looks like they're going to be able to find it. St. John's already halfway to winning this second map. The underdogs living to tell the tale. Are they going to be able to dethrone the kings that are DePaul University? It's really looking like they are. 60%, 4 ultimates, almost 6 in the bank. DePaul University, they've got a couple to work with, but they're really going to have to make the magic happen here. Right now, they're going to push in once again. They're going to go around the back line here, try to push in from behind the point. DePaul trying to take as little damage as possible while pushing in with St. John's. A high ground advantage and a movement advantage, a tank damage advantage as well. Chronos and EPOM have not been diving together even a little bit consistently. They've been very inconsistent with their pushes, and now we see Bizarre. That's another one down the drain. Water takes themselves out, I believe, with the rockets there. Definitely not a good look. There's a great hook onto Icarus, but the shot coming through gonna be eaten by EPOM. Phenomenal job trying to keep that DPS line alive, and now St. John's, they're about to make this overtime, and DePaul, they do not have the numbers to do this. They simply do not have the people to be pushing into this fight. It's gonna be 99%. A still though, Gravitic Flux onto the Primal Rage. Winston gonna rip him apart. Chronos, 1,000 health down the drain there. Water picks up an elimination. Bizarre gonna be rezzed by Slurpee once again. Water's going to fall. St. John's University, they may be able to do it here. Things are looking absolutely just horrible for DePaul University. The Kings have been dethroned. St. John's University, they simply have the numbers, they have the coordination, they have the damage. Their feet are on the gas pedal, and they are not going to let up. This train has stopped. This train has started. There will be no stops. DePaul University, the kings of the fall split, have been dethroned. St. John's takes it all the way to map 5, reverse sweeps under the noses of DePaul University, and they take it all home. St. John's University is our victor of the Vincentian Cup in the Overwatch division. DePaul University, they win the Smash Bros division, and now St. John's, they win the Overwatch division. Question is, which one of these teams is going to come out on top? It's going to be DePaul going in with the Rocket League division, where I'll be casting with Quantum Deathcat in just a minute, but they're going up against Niagara. So if St. John's wants to give a run for their money, I mean, they're really going to have to do their best for it. But that's going to be that. Kronos wins player of the match. They get that little card at the end, and I mean, just a phenomenal job, St. John's. If you end up ever watching this, I could not be more proud of you guys. I've been an advocate for you all year. I always talked about how you needed to make those little steps, you needed to do those little things, and you finally made it happen. If you guys enjoyed, just a little personal note, if you guys enjoyed listening to me cast for what seems to be ages, you can wait, no, this way. You can follow me on Twitter with this little name right here, or you can follow Man of Class on Twitter and give him a shout out. Absolutely phenomenal casting today. I'm so stoked he was able to join me. And I don't think we're doing an interview, as we are going to have to jump right into Rocket League. We're running very late. Map 5 comes through. Build, can you confirm for me if we're doing an interview? Okay, awesome. No interview, so I'm going to be able to close this out right here. We're going to jump right back into the Rocket League in just a couple of minutes. If you guys aren't sick of my voice yet, be sure to let me know. I'm sure you guys have been listening to me talk for 3.5 hours at this point, so I've gotten to know you guys pretty well, and you've gotten to know me pretty well. Stick around, because we've got some great Rocket League games coming up for you. DePaul University versus, Niagara, so it's going to be a great game. I'll see you guys in just a minute. Don't go far. Welcome back, guys, gals, and other pals. I am Septilence, now joined by Quantum Deathcat, and we are here to bring you the Rocket League Vincentian Cup Grand Finals between St. John's University and DePaul University.
Yes, and this is the big match, right, for these two teams. Niagara just got here by the skin of their teeth, right? They had to reverse sweep St. John's, and, well, the first time they went up against DePaul, it didn't really go well for them.
Yeah, no, it definitely did not look good, and actually, this is really, you know, even if Niagara wins here, unfortunately, in the chase for the cup, the overall point standings for this tournament, currently in the lead, we have St. John's, 37 points, winning Overwatch has just barely bumped them into the lead. DePaul at 35 points, now keep in mind these are the collective points from all of the games, and Niagara with an honorable mention of 8 points. So no matter what happens, if Niagara wins today, yeah, if they win Rocket League, they will unfortunately not necessarily take the lead in the race for the cup, but, you know, well, they may be able to take the lead other ways. They may be able to win the Rocket League division, which is absolutely still something to be very proud of.
And winning the Rocket League division is going to be no easy feat whatsoever. They got swept last time they played against these guys. Actually, DePaul swept both teams getting to this final. So
yeah,
St. John, they only won 2 games. Luckily for Niagara, they won 3. So they were able to get themselves here. But up against the 6 of DePaul here, it's going to be ugly, I think.
Yeah, I think it's going to be definitely rough, but I said the very same thing. I mean, I said it for Smash, and I was correct. I thought DePaul was going to win. I said it for Overwatch. Couldn't have been more wrong. St. John's confirms the reverse sweep, and we saw Niagara on whatever day I casted Rocket League recently, and they came back. They reverse swept as well, so we know they have that potential, but we haven't seen it against a team as consistent as DePaul quite yet. So Niagara, they're going to have to bring their A-plus game. They're going to have to not make a single mistake.
Listen, if they win, a lot of people don't even think they're going to win one game, right? So they're really that much of an underdog. They need to throw everything at this game, including the kitchen sink, you know? Like, you got to throw everything at this. And, well, if they do, props to them, because DePaul is seriously one of the better teams in the entirety of EGF, and not just the Vincentian Cup.
Yeah, the Vincentian Cup, absolutely. Just, you know, it's narrowed down to those 3 teams, and I truly do think DePaul is the best one of the 3 that we're seeing here today. But, you know, like you said, even in the fall split for Rocket League, League of Legends, Overwatch, like the Smash Brothers, all of it, DePaul was somehow, one way or another, they were near the top of the roster. So DePaul's esports program has been nothing but flawless. They've done a great execution of all of these games, and they have just been very consistent with their performances today. Are they going to be able to keep that up for Rocket League? And even after this, can they perform just as well in League of Legends?
Yes, that's the big question, but top-notch, perfect 10 out of 10 for DePaul so far, right? Like, they've been playing absolutely amazingly up until that reverse sweep from St. John. It looked going swimmingly for them. They could have swept the entirety of the Vincentian Cup, as you said, but we're going to go down for game 1 here, and I'm going to leave it to you.
Yeah, absolutely, and the kickoff already happens here. Karma Juni getting the first, sending it into the back third of Niagara, and a goal from Rumble. Blink and you miss it. Rumble already finding a shot. It's going to be 1-0 in favor of DePaul. The first 5 seconds of the match.
First 5 seconds in, Rumble hits that beautiful shot and past the Schnitzel. Off in the wrong direction, and he's missing that ball. And it's a 1-0 game for DePaul.
DePaul, I talked about this last time, I'll talk about it again, I'll bring it up early here. They have great aerial mechanical skill of the game. They can control the ball in the air better than I think any other team I have seen in EGF this season. They've got great understanding of the ball mechanics and the booster mechanics in the air, and that just goes to show how impressive this team can really be. Now, they've got the 1 point already, and Jaco trying to find another goal. Karma Juni, they're just getting some cheeky juggles off the top. They go for the double shot, but unable to find it. Yeah, that's not going to look good. You know, they're looking for some goals here, and the defense from Niagara is lacking, to say the least. It's just DePaul. They're just missing their own shots. Niagara doesn't even have to block it.
I mean, they're getting tested early on here, and obviously DePaul, after the beatdown from that reverse sweep, right, they absolutely need to save face here. If they want to absolutely show off how good the school is and everything, beating down on this Niagara team should be the #1 priority, as both the Niagara team players hit each other there, trying to defend for this ball. And who is this? Pablo hitting past the Schnitzel, hitting Pablo from behind. He didn't even know that he was going to get hit there.
Yeah, no, that was definitely rough. Rumble right now, obviously looking like an all-star, able to score 2 goals in a little over a minute. It's going to be a great look. A demo from past the Schnitzel early on, passing Jaco to the graveyard there. Very early demo is going to be. It's going to be a great look for Niagara, but they didn't have ball possession, and they weren't able to take real advantage of the opportunity they had. Now, of course, the respawn comes through very quickly, and Niagara, they're going to have to follow up off the back of it. They're really going to have to start scoring something of their own if they want any hope.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that's going to be so close. It is going to go in, though. Karma Juni is going to find that one off of Rumble. Rumble could have had a hat trick here, but it just goes off the post after going off the crossbar, and the triple hit just goes wide, and Karma Juni at least finds it.
Yeah, Karma Juni able to pick up a 3rd goal. It's going to be 3-0 in favor of DePaul, and things, are looking very good.
Yeah, definitely looking very good for DePaul. Not looking good, especially for this team, this Niagara team, as it's 4-0. And a lot of players at this point would have already forfeited 3v3 standard match, right? After 3.5 minutes, after 1.5 minutes, sorry, you can forfeit a match. And, well, it's 3 minutes and 14 seconds left in the match right now. And a lot of teams I know would have forfeited by now, but you can't do that in the finals, sadly. You can't hide like they can. They got at least a minimum of 2 more games after this to play.
Yeah, this is going to be, if this is any telltale of what we're expecting to see today, this is going to be a massacre. Niagara University, they're going to have to, they're going to have to really just pay attention and be prepared to really bring their A game, because right now a 4-0 look is not a good look for them.
And look at this, right? Like, a lot of players on this team don't really have the credibility as much as DePaul have, right? DePaul have been doing so well in the EGF circuit so far. They are top 10 in that circuit, and not many teams can beat them. Meanwhile, Niagara not looking as good as that team, of course. But you know what? There are teams that are worse. Rumble trying to get that hat trick. Still can't find it, though. He must be happy that he's got 2 goals already.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 goals, nothing to shy away from. And I mentioned this already, but if Niagara keeps the momentum they have, I expect this to be nothing other than just a complete sweep in favor of DePaul. It's something that no one would be surprised if that's how they perform today. They've been doing an amazing job in this Rocket League for a great time. In the Vincentian Cup in particular, the only 3 teams come in, 1 team gets to walk out, and right now DePaul is showing us they want it to be them more than anything.
Yeah, St. John get 1 game, get 1 of the games, but listen, DePaul, I don't know if it was expected of them to sweep the entire thing, right? To get all 4 games, get all 4 wins in the cup, but they lost 1 already, so they definitely want to flex the muscles here and just show that they should have won it all.
Absolutely. They're definitely looking to make the magic happen here, and that might be another goal.
No.
Rumble picks up the hat trick. That's going to be a 5-0. A minute and a half left on the clock. DePaul, they're already dead. You've got to let them be.
It's all 3 players trying to go for it, and they don't understand, neither of them, how to even go ahead and go for that kind of ball. It's 5-0 with 82 seconds left to go here, and it's rough.
Yeah, rough to say the very least. Things are looking mildly desperate for Niagara. They may already have to give this game up. Things are looking like maybe they're not prepared for this to be what they wanted it to be. It's definitely a bit disastrous, and now DePaul, they really get to have a bit of fun. 5-0, it's essentially unwinnable for Niagara at this point.
Now, how much would you be mad if they just started playing with scarabs or gizmos, right, and just had clown cars going on? Because I know a lot of teams like to have joke cars just to play for fun, but some teams just like to take it out with a little bit of toxicity to them, right? Like, oh, we know we're going to beat you. Let us take out the craziest cars that we have.
Absolutely. And the Vincentian Cup, I mean, today, especially the Vincentian Cup, is all about showing the utmost respect to your fellow esports members and really keeping a positive mindset while playing. Whether you win or you lose, it's all about respecting those that you get to play against. So, you know, we could hope that all of these players here today are representing that Vincentian attitude and really what it means to be Vincentian. They're here to show us that today. And, you know, while Niagara, they, you know, I mean, all things considered, Niagara, they come second place at the worst, guaranteed top 3. Rumble with an incredible dribble, 23 seconds left. That is a 7-0. That is something that is just... I don't think I've ever seen a score as one-sided as what I'm seeing right now.
That is one of the most incredible goals I've actually ever seen. A double tap, but that's off the floor. He's off the floor, and it's 8-0. It just continues to pile on. But, you know, at least they didn't score on themselves to make it a Brazil. You know, as you said, Vincentian attitude and all. You need to keep it. What is it? Sportsmanship, right? That sportsmanship. You need to keep it there. And right now, even though they're up 8-0, showing no mercy, but they're still going to be nice about it, I'm sure.
10 seconds left, and something tells me that maybe DePaul, maybe their Vincentian attitude is showing just a little bit too much. That looks a wee bit like they are allowing Niagara to score, which is very kind of them. Possibly a little insulting depending on how you look at it. But Niagara, they get to put a point on the board. The score now 8-1. 6 seconds left on the clock, and it's... You know, at the end of the day, I hope at least all these players are having fun. At the end of the day, this is all about donating and having a good time and really showing that Vincentian attitude. And I hope all 6 of these players are able to really showcase that ability and that attitude today.
Yeah, I do have to agree. It's all about the good vibes here. And even though Rumble having some good vibes of his own, all in all, 6 goals for the guy. He might actually end up scoring more goals than Niagara. You did say that it's quite nice of them to let in a goal here, but if it was 7-1, it'd be a completely different story. It's 8-1, right? Letting in the last goal there, it was nice, right? It wasn't a Brazil, but if they would have let in that goal and let it just finish as a Brazil, I think that would have been a lot more insulting.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that case.
Absolutely. We saw 6 goals coming out from a single player on DePaul, which is, I mean, like you said, that may be more than Niagara scores at all. I mean, that may, in this entire series, that may be enough to where, that, like you said, that player may have single-handedly just scored more than Niagara might this entire series. DePaul puts themselves up 1-0 with the most convincing version of a win you can see. Can they keep up that momentum coming out? They only need to win 2 more. I mean, this could be over in 15 minutes.
This could definitely be over very, very quickly, and it's going to be rough if Niagara just can't find the groove here. They just need to find just a little bit, right? If they can find a way to, if they can find something, right, just a little bit of a something to go play against this team. But Jocko is not going to let him, as Pablo gets absolutely demolished, and that's a great watermelon car on Jocko over there.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. It's absolutely looking good, and now we see the ball being bounced back and forth a little bit, and something a big difference we're seeing already is Niagara, they're being much more aggressive than they were in the first game. The first game, I spent a majority of it thinking to myself, where is Niagara? Like, what are they doing? But now they're constantly on top of the ball, constantly being in DePaul's face, and maybe they just needed a little bit of a warm-up. Can Carmaggiuni score off the back of this? No, it's going to be past the Schnitzel, and Pablo able to get in the way. Once again, past the Schnitzel with a great save on the ball. So now DePaul, that's 2 shots blocked. That's 2 more than they had blocked in the first game.
And that's very good to see, right? Already, off the bat, their defense is a lot stronger than what it was in game number 1. And maybe they just needed that little bit of a wake-up call, right? 8 goals unanswered up against their name until they scored finally 1. It's really, really tough.
Yeah, absolutely. DePaul, I mean, just now, even if DePaul loses this first match, Niagara, they've dug themselves quite a hole. They really need to get up. They're down an entire game. Oh, great demo coming through once again from Jocko, and that's going to be a goal for Carmaggiuni. It's going to be the first one here. DePaul, they're going to pick up their first goal. Let's see how many more they can get in the 3 minutes and 38 seconds remaining.
I mean, if they're trying to find Okay, someone said it in the chat, getting stomped, right? If there was a game where DePaul could show just how much they could stomp the other team, it's definitely Rocket League, right?
Absolutely.
The DePaul team in Rocket League is actually one of the best that EGF has to offer, right? So it's incredible already that these guys get to play against each other and that they get to show it off. But DePaul have such a great scouting system, have such a great development system too. It's obvious that that they put a lot of money into this esports program of theirs.
Yeah, absolutely. This school very passionate about their esports program and what it has to offer for them. And obviously the work pays off. They've got incredible players. And don't tell me that goes in. No, off the top bar here, Jocko. Oh, unable to find a goal off the back of it. Almost got a full field goal there, but no, Carmaggiuni with another one. That's going to be a double for Carmaggiuni. 3 minutes left on the clock. Oh, excuse me, on the clock. And DePaul, I mean, they're looking pretty good. Niagara, if they lose this one, I mean, their mental's got to be rough.
Ooh, my goodness. Well, it's 2-0, right? At least the scoring has stopped. The defense seemingly there. They have one save on 6 shots, but hey, 4 of those shots didn't go in, so it is good. Someone saying to bring out the battle bus. I think that'd be a little bit too unclean for the Vincentian Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Things are definitely not looking too spectacular so far, but as we see moving forward, there's going to be a great look for Niagara. Their defense obviously coming to life here. They just need to get their offense on the same level, but no. Jocko trying to score once again. Austin past the Schnitzel, going to be right on top of it. Now we've got a great coordination from DePaul. They're trying to get ball possession once again. Carmaggiuni going as far as a demo, but no, Aust finally able to put one in. Now that one was a goal whether DePaul wanted that to be or not. That was some serious work and dedication from Niagara there.
Yeah, beautiful positioning. Rumble's just a little bit too low, but I'm sure he could have just forced it in there. There's no way, unless he flipped earlier on underneath that ball to make it flick up a little bit higher, there was no way he was going to be able to stop that one. That shot was beautiful, and the pass was beautiful, and everything about that play for Niagara was beautiful, because now they're back within 1.
Absolutely. Niagara, they can come back to life here. We're going to see another demo coming out from Aust onto Carmaggiuni, but nobody's at goal. Does it go off the wall? Yes, it does. Not quite into the goal, and now we're seeing they're going to look for it a little bit more aggressively here. Niagara, they need to get the ball into the back third of DePaul. They need to get back to that goal and try to score as many times as they can here. They're very close to tying this up, but no, we see Pablo just barely miss on the way down. Doesn't end up hitting the ball, and now it's going to be heading right back toward Niagara's goal here.
Look at this. Both teams right now are just back and forthing a little bit of ping pong going back and forth here. And DPU might are trying to get out, I think, but they don't have the dominance that they did in the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. DePaul definitely not showing the same aggression that they had in the first game. Oh, a great block from Jocko there from DePaul. I thought Pablo was here to tie it up, but no, another great block coming out from DePaul. Aust now getting aggressive as well, trying to find a goal off the back of it, but the defense coming out from DePaul just been consistently stronger than the defense coming out from Niagara. 60 seconds left on the clock. That is more than enough time to score at least one more.
Yeah, that's beautifully enough time. And 48 seconds right now. They can definitely find it. Pablo with the double tap attempt. With no speed on that ball, it's able to be cleared out.
The ball moving a little bit too slow there. The team was definitely something that didn't look too primary for them. And now Niagara, 30 seconds, not as much time, but still enough to score. Carmaggiuni now going to knock the ball into the back third of Niagara. A demo from Carmaggiuni. Going to make it a quick 2v3 now, and past the Schnitzel, going to be the next one to go. Going to be spawning right back into their own goal. And oh no! DPU's Rumble throws it back into the goal, but unable to find it off the back. It looks like the teammate, I didn't catch the name, Carmaggiuni, I believe, was unable to follow up off the back of it. Jocko now has the ball, but Carmaggiuni going to send it right back, going to go off the top, and they're going to try to find it, but no, the goal off the wall once again. Overtime's going to start. Niagara, it's now or never. You've got to get this into a goal, but no, it's going to touch the ground. DePaul University, they take the second game much less convincingly than the first. Niagara, they finally show some signs of life.
And Niagara were there. They wanted it so bad. They just could not put it in there. And, so close. Obviously, they had those opportunities. They did miss one open net, but other than that, it's all on DePaul here. DePaul still dominated, but Niagara were able to shut it down most of the times, right? All the shots from DePaul were wide, except for 2 that went in, and Niagara were always just there.
Yeah, DePaul had a good defense there, but their offense in particular was not nearly as strong on that second game as it was their first. They maybe burned themselves out a little bit on that first game. It was something they didn't expect to happen as fast as it really did. It was definitely not a good look for them, but now they're still up 2-0. They can absolutely come out on top. They, in theory, only have to score one more time and then just make sure Niagara doesn't get any, and that's going to be the game. That's going to be a very quick 3-0 for DePaul. Listen,
I have to say one thing is that Niagara have reverse swept before, and DePaul's been reverse swept in Overwatch.
Yeah.
Can they be reverse swept in Rocket League now? They dominated in game 1, but will they be? They didn't dominate in game number 2. Will they be able to in game number 3 here, or will they falter here to Niagara? Because Niagara came back with a vengeance in game number 2. Let's see if they can do so in game 3.
Yeah, Niagara, their defense already looking much better. Their offense just the same. They're getting very aggressive, and they're staying exactly where they need. Karma Jr. going to go wide on the shot once again to the left of the goal. They're going to go for the reset, but now Aust is there to interrupt Rumble's roll here. Going to be able to knock the ball back into midfield here. Now we see Niagara. They're doing their best to keep this away from their goal, but DePaul just constantly knocking it into the back third. Aust going to be demoed by Karma Jr. It's going to be a great opportunity for DePaul to score, but it goes wide once again. DePaul just all of a sudden cannot hit this goal.
And they can't hit the ball either. There's a few misses here and there for them. And that's a big one from Jocko there, who he just got out of his own way to absolutely miss that ball, it seems like. Maybe just a little bit of stress here because they saw what happened in to the other Overwatch team. They saw what happens to St. John's when they got reverse swept. And so maybe the stress is getting to them here, and well, the stress definitely not getting to them on this particular occasion.
Yeah, absolutely not yet at the very least. I also want to point out Rumble is in fact repping the battle bus. I heard you mention that a minute ago, and now we see Rumble on the battle bus, brought it out here for the Vincentian Cup Rocket League Grand Finals between DePaul University and Niagara University. Niagara there on their last legs. DePaul making the score 2-0. Karma Jr. with a fantastic dribble on the ball. Knocks it right over not one, but 2 defenders and puts that into the goal. Austin Pablo could have done nothing about it. Phenomenal job from Karma Jr. Great mechanical skill once again.
Yeah, the battle bus for Rumble, Jocko with the Batmobile, and Karma, actually, interestingly enough, has 2 of the most expensive items in Rocket League. These items go for thousands of dollars, actually, the wheels and the boost he has on.
I haven't caught the boost yet. I'll actually keep an eye out for that. I did notice the wheels, and I also noticed they were very expensive, but I have not caught what Karma Jr.'s boost is quite yet. I'll definitely keep an eye out for that. As we move in past the Schnitzel, goes for a shot, but no, going to be blocked by Karma Jr. But no, here's a backup shot coming in hot from Pablo. Pablo able to score in the back of it. Now down by a single point once again. DePaul, they're still in the lead, but they're looking sloppier and sloppier as we move on here.
And it is a 1-goal game once again, 2-1 as last game finished. But this time we have 183 seconds left to see if there can be another goal.
Absolutely. And DePaul, we've got Rumble here. They're trying to find it off the back, but all 3 are ready to defend the goal for Niagara. Now can pass the Schnitzel, keep the momentum they have. No, it's going to be Pablo again. There's nobody at goal. Pablo's going to tie it up in game 3. Pablo able to tie the score 2-2. Can Niagara reverse sweep this? Can they take the lead?
What an intercept there by Pablo, and he finds the back of the net after stealing that pass from the last man back. It is a tie 2-2 game. 2:50 to go here. We're not even halfway, and we've got a lot of time here to find more goals.
Absolutely. Now it's going to be 2-2, 3 minutes on the clock, and now we see Niagara showing signs of life once again. DePaul University, they're getting aggressive, but they're slipping. Each time Niagara scores, it seems easier and easier. Karma Jr. maybe getting a little bit, maybe just DePaul as a whole, maybe getting a little bit too cocky. Their hubris getting the best of them, but now we see they're going to be going in. DePaul trying to score once again. Nobody's at goal. It's going to be Aust, but no, bounces right over. Karma Jr. with the hat trick now for DePaul. It's going to be 3-2, 1 point difference once again.
Ost tries to get this one, but he's only able to redirect it. He could not get the drift on time, and he just does not jump into the ball properly. It's a 3-2 game, but there's still 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. As you say, Karma getting himself the hat trick.
Yeah, Karma Juni doing a great job so far, particularly an offensive player. The defense for DePaul starting to crumble a little bit, but Niagara, you know, they're starting to notice that. They keep making the same crucial mistakes. They leave their goal wide open. They drive too far away, and they can never respond fast enough, especially with the aerial gameplay we've seen from DePaul so far. The ball just moves so quickly across the sky that Niagara, they never really want to get up into the air to deal with it. We see a shot coming in, a great double assist coming through all three members of DePaul. On top of the ball, it's going to be 4-2 now in favor of DePaul. A little under 2 minutes left on the clock.
And that is a fourth goal for Karma there, and
Wow.
he finds himself a beautiful pass to shoot into the back of the net there. That's a tic-tac-toe play. If you ever seen one, and the people in the chat finally caught up here, and apparently he has a white hat as well. So yeah, 3 of the most expensive items in the game: the gold boost, the gold wheels, and the white hat. And that almost finds the back of the net. Karma Juni, though, trying to get the 5th, and he will find it.
Karma
And,
Juni has officially also scored more points as an individual than Niagara has scored at all. Niagara has up to this point scored 4 times. Karma Juni has scored 5, and Rumble has scored 7.
Yeah, that's an absolutely incredible, magnificent score if you're for DePaul, right? And game number 2 seems like it was just a little bit of a tricky moment for them. They just couldn't find a way to beat past the fortified defense of this Niagara team. But suddenly the floodgates are open, and Karma Juni's taking full advantage.
Yeah, we're seeing game 1 all over again. DePaul just leagues ahead of Niagara. Some of the best players, if not the best Rocket League players in the EGF, fall split. DePaul University, they've earned their place at the top, and they are here to show us exactly how and why they deserve to be at the top. Right now we see, 60 seconds left on the clock. Niagara, there is little they can do. This looks like it's going to be a very quick 3-0, which is very kind of DePaul, because it's going to put the Vincentian Cup production right back on schedule. That's going to be phenomenal to look at. We were about half an hour behind, but now DePaul just demolishing Niagara like this, they're going to put us right back on schedule.
Well, thank you, DePaul, for that one, but I don't
Very
think...
Vincentian of you.
Very Vincentian of you for helping us out like that, but I don't think the other team here, Niagara, absolutely are thrilled about being 3-0 here, although they did get themselves in the finals, so good enough for them, right? They beat out St. John, who a lot of people said St. John would beat over Niagara, and getting that reverse sweep must have been a confidence booster for sure.
Absolutely. And Niagara, they played their best today, and they actually put up quite a fight as this series went on. But unfortunately, Karma Juni with the 6.
And
Karma
that's
Juni.
a double hat trick. That's the second player to get a double hat trick in a series, and I haven't seen a double hat trick in so long.
Karma Juni now up to, that's going to be, 6, 7, 8, 9 goals for Karma Juni in this series. That is 2 more than we've seen from Rumble. That's 5 more than we've seen from Niagara as a whole. Rumble gonna make it 1 less, 8 goals from Rumble. That's gonna be a phenomenal. Just 15 goals between these 2 players is something that you never expect to see. 0 seconds left on the clock. DePaul able to win a very convincing 3-0 victory.
Yeah, definitely very convincing. And this was the ultimate beatdown, if you want to say it that way. Karma Juni with another 1,000 points as well. You saw that from Rumble in game number 1. He also had 1,000 points. So yeah, between him and Karma, it's a lot of points. It's a lot of goals, and it's something that just Niagara couldn't keep up with. The amount of load that DePaul just unloaded onto Niagara is just incredible, right? The amount of goals that were just absolutely piled onto them.
Absolutely. That was just a brutal thing to say the least, and I do believe that happened so quickly. We have time for a brief interview if any of the members from DePaul choose to join us, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that. But other than that, that does bring the Rocket League Vincentian Cup division to a close. DePaul taking that first place position, Niagara taking that second place position, and St. John's, of course, being in the third. So DePaul putting the second victory under their belt, winning Smash Brothers earlier this afternoon, and now winning Rocket League. Can they go on for the three-peat to find that if they can win League of Legends as well. They'll be up against St. John's once again, and the League of Legends will be brought to you by, if I'm not mistaken, Longbone and Superman. If I'm not mistaken, that is the casters coming in at you for that as well. And if you like the Rocket League you saw, we've got another game. Actually, we've got another series coming up for you tomorrow. I'll be casting. Quantum will be casting. We won't be casting together, but we will be on both Rocket League channels respectively. If you like what you see, be sure to drop that follow so you can get the notification. You can find me on Twitter at the same name if you like anything that I've been showing you today. It's over there. SEPTILENCE, Septilence, I cast. You know, you guys have been with me all day. You know what I cast. I'd love to hear from you guys what you thought today. I don't get to talk to chat often. And Quantum does not have a Twitter, I don't believe. So you'll see him tomorrow on Twitch. He'll be back with us. And I'm out of things to... Oh, I can talk about the donate, ! Donate. This is a donation stream, a donation tournament at the end of the day. So if you want to get some more information, type that ! Donate in chat. It'll take you to a website and you'll see what everything is all about.
And for tomorrow's Big East MAAC challenge, you got yourself the official EGF all to yourself and Poppy. Meanwhile, I got myself a tugboat on the EGF Rocket League. So if anyone wants to pop by, as both games will be happening at the same time. So starting noon, we will both Twitch will have games of Rocket League up until the finals, which will happen on the official EGF at 4:30.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we may not be getting any interviewee. So we may just be closing this out so we can stay on schedule. I'm waiting to hear back from our higher-ups right now, the voice in my ears. So we will let you guys know as soon as we know. But again, Vincentian Cup at the end of the day, everybody's here to have fun. This is for charity. We're here to, not charity specifically, this is for donations. And we don't really have an interviewee right now. So that, as quick as we came, we're gone like the wind. That will be the end of the Rocket League division. I have been Septilence, joined by Quantum. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. And we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
I'm excited for the Vincentian Cup because I know that Vincentian values are a large part of what Niagara University is. So it's really awesome to have an entire esports event with schools of similar values.
That we really get to showcase the kind of like hard work that a lot of our players have been putting into, honing their passion for all of the games that they play, and creating it into like a really tangible, like a real skill that they're able to show off.
Excited to participate in the Vincentian Cup and be able to do what we all enjoy, which is play video games. But we are also doing that with other schools who share the same values and mission as us, which means we're all playing, but we're playing for the same purpose, which is to raise funds and to continue to support and maintain our Vincentian mission and values.
I'm really excited for the Vincentian Cup in terms of its competitive nature. At DePaul Rocket League, we have a bunch of new players that are fired up, ready to go, and this will give them the first opportunity possible to represent DePaul and get some W's for us.
Competing in this cup is a great time for us to network with the two other Vincentian schools in DePaul and St. John's. It's also the first time our League of Legends team gets to play this year.
Let's go Niagara!
Let's go Niagara. See you in December.
I'm really excited to see how this all plays out in December, so let's go Team DePaul.
Let's go DePaul.
Let's go St. John's University.
See you in December.
Hi everybody, I'm Bill Newton. I'm the Assistant Director of Campus Activities here at Niagara.
Hi, I'm Courtney. I serve as the Director for Student Involvement in Esports at DePaul University in Chicago. I'm really excited for us to come together for the Vincentian Cup because I think that it's a really unique opportunity to bring these three schools together because of our common mission. We're the only three universities in the country, DePaul, Niagara, and St. John's, that are threaded together because of that Vincentian mission.
This Vincentian Cup really presents a chance for our students and our university communities to come together, share our love of gaming, and also hope to raise some funds to benefit students within our universities who are in need. Here at Niagara, we have a student assistance fund called the Rendu Fund. So our Rendu Fund is housed in our campus ministry department, and it's used for students who need help just in a variety of different ways. You know, that could be everything from just everyday type supplies and toiletries to helping to purchase bus tickets, train tickets, or even plane tickets to help get students home during the breaks.
Student Emergency Assistance Fund was designed to help students in crisis. Obviously, throughout the pandemic, there have been a number of different issues that our students have been facing that are new and different that they haven't had to deal with before. We've been talking with students who have dealt with food insecurity, housing issues, technology issues, and so many other things. So the Student Emergency Assistance Fund is in place to help those students through those times of crises. So the Vincentian Cup is also going to be a live stream charity event. You can go to inspire.depaul.edu to donate. There, any donation that you make is going to be divided 3 ways between all 3 institutions. So by donating, you'll be donating to DePaul, Niagara, and St. John's.
And game on, everyone, and let's go Niagara! Woo!
We hope that you enjoy the matches, watch the games, and consider donating if you're able. And let's go Blue Demons!
Define yourself. Will you impact the future? Will you lead the pack? Will you engage the world? Will you find the cure? Will you be the hope? So, will you? Come see how St. John students are changing the world every day. Visit us today.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't, driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
Hello and welcome to the League of Legends final for the Vincentian Cup. I am AJ Longbone Long. With me today is Jake Superman Casting Mori. Superman, you saw more of this yesterday than I did. What do you think is going to happen?
It was a bloodbath for sure. Both directions. I mean, we started out the evening with St. John's versus DePaul, which is what we're getting a rematch of today. And I have to say, St. John's really blew it out of the water with 2 quick victories. I mean, they had 10,000 gold leads, and they shut down the Nexus sub 30 minutes. Both games against DePaul. But then, later on in the evening, DePaul did the same thing to Niagara, if not in a more convincing fashion. So there's no reason to think DePaul's on their back foot coming into this, but St. John's has looked like a clear favorite through the whole tournament. So we'll have to see how it turns out, but I do think this could go to a full 3 games, and we're in for an interesting series.
Well, I certainly hope so. That last match with St. John's and Niagara was a full-on 2-game clown fiesta, and hopefully we get 3 of that today. I'm so looking forward to it. But like I said, this is the final of really everything, because the points as they stand, DePaul 40 points, St. John's 37. The way the points shake out right now, whoever wins the cup.
Yeah, it's very exciting that it all comes to conclusion here today, this evening, with the League of Legends Best of 3 between these 2 teams. And, of course, we're grateful to everybody who's been tuning in this entire weekend for this entire charity event. If you want to know more, hit that ! donate in the chat so that you can learn more about how to help these students get through their education and, of course, assisting students that may have extra needs during this wild ride of a year.
And don't forget, follow these teams on their social media platforms at DePaul Esports, at Niagara Esports, and at STJ_Esports. We should be getting into Champ Select here in just a couple of seconds. But now I will say, though, one champion I'm really looking forward to seeing, because it got pulled. Granted, it was pulled by Niagara yesterday, but in 2 games, is Katarina. And in heavy teamfight metas, having an AoE teamfight assassin is a lot stronger than most people think if you use it right.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick, the Katarina, because we see it take over solo queue time and again. It's one of those most heavily banned champions of all time when it comes to just ladder play. But when it comes to competitive, even at the collegiate level, it seems to be a sleeper pick. Doesn't see that many bans, and if it comes through, it's always an exciting pick because we're so not used to seeing it in organized play. But we have seen it over the last few days, and it has shown up. We'd like to see it be a little bit more successful, a little bit more impactful, and I think I'd be just as excited as you are, AJ, to see that happen today.
But another champion, speaking of impactfulness, Graves. I don't know what happened in the first series between DePaul and St. John's, but I know I watched the second one you did and the one I did later on. Man, Graves. Absolute banger of a pick.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Graves showed up last night, not only in the jungle, but also the top lane, and was beautifully executed in the top lane, I may say. It really came down to the following. Graves in the jungle is an early game champion. He's got fantastic early clear because of his AoE damage, plus his ability to kite the camps, keeps him extremely healthy in the early game. And then couple that with his amazing duelist potential with the True Grit passive, it's hard for other junglers to try and punish the fact that he's going to be in the river a lot. He's not the best at ganking in general, only because he has to go to lanes that have gank assist, meaning some form of crowd control for him to show up and actually put out the damage. Otherwise, people will just walk away. The smoke screen is a great ability, but it doesn't actually hard crowd control someone there. So we'd love to see Graves show up in this series in any role, just because of how much that champion has shown to be a significant part of the current meta.
All right, well, I hear Champ Select here in the background. Who's that first ban I heard?
Silas.
Before we head over to Silas.
Yeah, Silas is taken away. Solid champion is a nice flex pick. Can be played in a couple of roles, and it really is a nice answer to a lot of compositions that may rely on some heavy initiation tools that then Silas can just steal away. Jin taked out as well. That's just a standard 80 carry ban. Jin's one of those top 3, top 4 picks right now.
And there goes the Graves. You were just talking about how impactful he can be both top and jungle, which I don't think anyone would ever say is wrong unless the meta just falls away from short range ADC.
Yeah, the Graves pick is going to be gone, which leaves a lot open in the jungle. Kha'Zix is probably S plus tier, the one that comes to mind right now. He's just fantastic, as well as Kane has seen a lot of play at the higher tiers of ladder. The Fizz gets taken away. Assassins seem to be extremely strong in the current meta with the item changes going the way they are. Specifically AD Assassins, though, or lethality building champions like the Misfortune that just got taken away. So we'd be looking for those lethality champions to be banned away or picked very early in the draft. Vladimir's gone. Let's see what they go for the first pick. Samira's on the table, though, AJ.
Yeah, she is, but, well, Kai'Sa's going to be picked up here. I don't think they'll pick the Samira into it just because of how close you have to be and how dangerous it is going into Kai'Sa. Of course, then again, that's also low elo opinion, so I could be wrong.
It's a great pick into the Kai'Sa if Kai'Sa doesn't get super far ahead. Samira did get quite a few nerfs on the most recent patch. Not enough to make her not a top tier champion, but enough to make her not just like the go-to blind pick OP garbage that she's been for the last few weeks. But on the far side, I love the Shen pickup. Vayne is a nice backup pick to some of those other scaling champions we've been talking about, but Shen is just disgusting right now, AJ. With the Sunfire, the Aegis build, what happens there is once you stack up that Immolate passive, not only do you have the AoE just burn like a normal Sunfire cape of old did, but now it applies on-hit damage once it ramps up as well. And Shen is one of the best champions at getting in there and applying some auto attacks as a tank. So Shen, fantastic, even as a blind pick. And the Mordekaiser matchup is a close enough one that he can handle Shen unless Shen gets rolling. So we'll see how that top lane kind of gets going. But the Olaf pick is really nice for the early game here for Blue Team.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely excited to see how either Seven Swords or High MCZ uses the Mordekaiser, especially in teamfight situations, since you can, while not negating the shield, if you do ult the Shin as Mordekaiser, he will, of course, be stuck at the very edge of the thing, thus delaying any kind of ult-E combo.
And Janek taken away. Seraphine's still on the table, doesn't do perfect synergy with either one of these 80 carries, but still a strong champion. Looks like they're trying to take some of those enchanters that give the 80 carries some space and safety. Vayne, Kai'Sa, they both scale really well and want to fight as often as possible with allies available. And some of those enchanter supports do a great job peeling. We'll have to see how this rest of the draft turns out. Last band here for red side. It's going to be the Nautilus. That is the one thing that Blue Team is kind of missing right now is engagement. And Nautilus pairing well with the Kai'Sa in the bottom lane, it makes it an extra threat, and it's great to take away.
I do like the... I don't know if Morgana counts as Enchanter, but I'm going to count it anyway. Triple Enchanter bans, especially for the Janna on DePaul side, just because of their heavy dive comp they have right now. Janna is just loving those due to Tornado and ults. But I do like the Galio pickup. That is heavy engaged follow-up with the Jarvan or the Shin. Even if you build AP, that magic damage shield and the damage reduction on W is just so incredibly huge.
Yeah, this is a throwback, really, to seasons of old with the Jarvan-Galio combo. As soon as they reworked Galio to have that global ultimate or semi-global ultimate, then Jarvan was looking pretty. You can trap everybody down or at least blow their flashes, and then the Galio follow-up keeps them even more locked down for damage to come through. So I'd love to see like an AoE mage be the last pick here on red side to provide a little bit more of that damage, though I'm not certain they can get much of that from the support role that remains. Unless it's going to be Galio support. I wouldn't imagine that.
Or it could be Shin support.
Yeah, it's possible. Shen's just so strong from the top lane that I would imagine that would be a last-ditch effort from them here. But the cool thing for Red Team's composition is they do create a lot of engaged potential, and they'll separate the fight for Vayne. They lock everybody down, which means inevitably, what does that mean? If you ult everybody, they try and get out, which means they scatter. And Vayne, the excellent duelist that she is, can chase people down. I mentioned Vayne so much here because King Amazin, highest rated player on his team, they definitely want to get his ball rolling and work really well to enable him in these team fights. And Brahm's a great one that kind of gives that quasi-safety and can follow up with some initiating tools of his own. But on blue side, AJ, Yeah, it really is. But the thing that they may be lacking is the actual burst damage. There's a lot of damage that can come from those tanks. Jarvan ult, the Galio ult, Braum ult on top of it. It's going to be quite a bit of magic and physical damage. Nice mix there. But it's not, the Syndra that HighSCZ has played so many times throughout the collegiate history. And I expect them to continue the success they find on the champion. It's very interesting to me that it made it to last pick up there near the end of the draft. And we'll see how the mid lane goes, because Galio has a hard time into Syndra, even if he does build that magic resist.
Yeah, he does, but I'm just so looking forward. This just has all the makings of a wonderful, wonderful constant team fight Clown Fiesta. All those ults, all those just disengages, engages. The hook in from Thresh, very good starting to a fight, especially if you can hook that Vayne.
Yeah, Vayne has to stay safe in these fights. Luckily, Vayne is one of those champions that would be able to duel the Olaf or Mordekaiser, unless there's a huge gold disparity that's there. Then you should be able to kite those ones out, even though Olaf can't be disabled during Ragnarok. The one thing Vayne really has to work out, as you mentioned, there's death sentence from Thresh, can't get hooked, and if Syndra lands a stun or gets close enough to just blow her entire load all over Vayne's back, then she's dead, right? Vayne can't actually afford, with the lack of damage from her team's composition, can't afford to build defensively. She's got to go that full glass cannon. Maybe a PD makes it into the mix about 20 minutes into the game. But before that mark, Vayne's not going to be able to afford to build that much defense. That's what the Braum's there for. The Shen ult, Galio creating that space, and Jarvan being willing to change the terrain. Vayne's got to be safe in that backline, and that means Syndra needs to not get close for a red team to come out on top. Blue team's got a lot of those scrappy tools, like you mentioned, a lot of team fighting potentials. Those skirmishes can happen in the river. Red team, though, they just want to split out the map, and if you force them to come and fight you, you mentioned it, AJ, it's the Wombo combo that they're trying to pull off.
Yeah, this is going to be so much fun, because I remember yesterday we had a Syndra deleting people from outside of even Jarvan range. Yeah. Just, even if you're playing safe as that Vayne, that Syndra might be waiting across that one wall you didn't ward, but he's got side of you. Throw that Sky of the Week over there, and no more Vayne.
Yeah. You point and click, ultimate ability with quite a bit of magic damage behind that. The good news is, even if Vayne does get hit by something, Braum, he's got the stand behind me, throws up the Unbreakable. The shield can actually block the incoming projectiles, all those dark spheres being thrown at them.
Yes, and that would all count as the same spell, right? So Braum wouldn't even take any damage from the full ult if that's what he blocked, correct?
I'm not sure if that's how it works. I don't think so, because each sphere is a specific instance of damage, but it's all still dramatically reduced. Late game, it's like 80+% or something like that. So the Unbreakable, even if it's not going to block all the damage, it's going to block all the damage. You know, it's significant at that point. Yeah.
Oof, this is just, I cannot wait for the explosions. Got those,
it should be a good match. We should pay attention to the jungle early here, AJ, because we got Olaf versus Jarvan. Both of these guys stay relatively healthy in the jungle, and if they meet each other, Olaf has a huge advantage, but Olaf doesn't have the same kind of gank potential that Jarvan does. Jarvan has the ability to set up ganks for himself with the flag and drag combo. We're talking pre-6, right? So you don't have to even think about Ragnarok being there or using Demas and Justice. We've got so much more ability to make plays on the Jarvan, but not a lot of ability to control the jungle itself. So we got to watch closely to see where the Olaf to, because we have seen yesterday in series after series, Twaisana will invade you. He is not scared of taking fights in the enemy jungle, in his own jungle, and saying that the river belongs to him. He really loves the top lane too, and specifically with the Mordekaiser pickup, I have seen Seven Swords and Twaisana just basically play a 2v1 lane in the top lane just to get this Mordekaiser to the point where anybody he takes to the Death Realm will not exit alive.
No, absolutely not. And especially with that conversation about Twaisana not being afraid to invade, because I saw him die in an early invade and he just was not afraid. He just kept going right back and right back and right back with his homies. And you know, you never expect the guy you killed level 2 to come on in, but it's like we're getting in the game here.
Yeah, it looks like those early pings are just to set up some vision, a classic fan out in the river just to make sure you're safe. The game clock, it's 24, 25 seconds. It looks like both teams are playing defensively.
All right, here comes my view of the map. All right. Oh, that early jungle vision denial for that invade later on for twice Sonic, or starting out with that Oracle. Always like that. Otherwise, just standard defensive posturing from everybody.
We'll have to see where those junglers do decide to begin. Looks like Solo's... No, Olaf's heading bottom lane.
Looks like it's a top side start for both junglers.
Yep,
Olaf going to be soloing his wolf camp. Jarvan, of course, getting help on his red buff.
Yeah, so a little bit of help on top side, but Olaf's going to start alone. Now, the good thing for Olaf is the lower he gets in terms of health, the more attack speed he gets from his passive, so his clear speed will go up, not getting that kind of a leash. Decent trades on the bottom side. I would love to see both of these supports just playing hyper aggressively, because if either one of these AD carries get going, it's really hard to stop that train from reaching the station.
Well, Reborn certainly isn't afraid to step forward. Though I did like the faux leash move that the bot side did for St. John. Does deny knowledge of where the enemy jungler is, and it looks like flashes out. Oh goodness. Everything has been used down here in bot lane to get Bashram that first blood. Might even get 2 kills out of this, depending on how far they go for the Braum.
Oh, man.
That will be a double kill picked up very, very cleanly for Bashram.
Yeah, that was quite a turn of events in the bottom side. It's 2 quick kills for a Kaisa, and we have seen King Amazin pop off with that champion. We know just how bad it can be if a Kaisa gets rolling early, and especially with a champion like Thresh who can make those plays. Beautifully played early on. That's a really important lead on the bottom side. Jarvan's here, though.
Flash out from Reborn keeps him safe, though. Very good that he didn't have to use that in the last fight. Otherwise, that was going to be a very easy trade kill. But after that, no harm, no foul. Just going to keep going back to farming.
Yeah, it looks like the Olaf doesn't have quite a gankable lane. Top lane has that ward in the river. Olaf's just been picking up those extra camps while Jarvan tried for that bot lane gank. I do expect Jarvan to try and turn things around bottom lane, but the trouble, really, with trying to go to a lane that just lost so heavily 2v2 is that if now things go sour, if Jarvan goes bottom again and it still isn't successful to shut down this Kaisa, then things just get worse. Because now you've brought a full kill gold member to that lane, and you might be just gifting more and more pressure over, and you lose on the ability to get pressure on the other side of the map. But take a look at the minimap. You can see Tysana's trying to cheekily take away from camps in the enemy jungle.
And he's going to run right into Reaper. Doesn't look like they're going to try to fight, but you can see Shin posturing down towards his own jungle. But Tysana is just going to, no harm, no foul. Saw ya. I know where you are. I'm going to go take my own camps now.
They're just looking to try and secure those Krugs for the Jarvan. I'm not going to let him get away with every single camp on that top side of the map. You can already see there's a couple camps, almost 3 full camps in favor of Olaf over Jarvan. If Olaf can get that level advantage, it's already more doomed than it was to begin with if they meet just the 2 of them in the jungle or the river. The Olaf is just such a strong duelist against a champion like Jarvan without any backup for Jarvan.
Yeah, especially if he can get that 6 first for that Ragnarok, just to ignore the flag and drag. But Reborn gets a nice hook down onto Razors, but doesn't do much with it.
Yeah, unfortunate timing there. You can see that Basham was trying to go towards Tri-Brush just to make sure to ward that away, and that meant he couldn't follow up on that excellent hook from Reborn.
And just barely misses again as we pop right down after you get finished saying that. But looks like just a bunch of farming going on. Much more calm than it was yesterday.
Yep. We'll be looking closely to see what happens with this Kaisa. Getting a couple kills early is a fantastic thing for them, but they need a lot more. Ooh, tagged by the Winter's Bite.
Oh, that was just a little bit premature right there. Gonna cost Razors his life from not having that full commit on that first initial engage. Twisana gonna flash forward. Going to go. Here comes the Galio. Gonna dissuade it. Reborn hit by the flag and drag. Here comes Shin, but Reaper's already down. Basham goes down to a perfectly done. Oh my goodness. There goes Gary. Kamcha getting caught.
I think that's precisely why they picked the Mordekaiser early. You can see Seven Swords shows up instantly with that teleport, not afraid to use his flash to protect his teammates, and at the last second there, he gets the scoop to earn his team an extra kill on that Galio. What a scrappy fight there, AJ. I was waiting with bated breath to see if they'd actually end up killing Basham. They did, but it was only after he was able to assist another couple of kills for his team. And that means the Drake is going to go over to blue team as well, which this early means there's extra regen during the laning phase, and I think this is the strongest possible Drake for laning phase.
Well, absolutely, always love to see that Ocean Drake go on during laning phase. The extra 2.5 HP per second is just so nice. But very scrappy fight, almost turned around in DePaul's favor, but still went 3-2 in favor of St. John's.
Yeah, that works out really well for St. John, trying to set up this early game even more, playing through bot lane with Kaisa. The Olaf picked up a couple kill credits to his own name, which builds on the advantage he's already taken for himself in the jungle matchup. You can see he's got a full level advantage over the Jarvan, which gives him priority in the river and means counter ganks are just that much more deadly. One thing I guess Jarvan has counting for him is making that impassable terrain is a form of quasi-crowd control that Ragnarok cannot just negate.
Yeah, but of course the key is getting on top of him in order to have it go down, because you can run out of it if you get that timing right. But after that explosive fight bot, right back to farming up.
Yeah, speaking of the farm, you can see a significant advantage in the jungle for St. John's, and in bottom, it's not nothing, but that lead is continuing to grow for the Kaisa as well.
Yes, it is. The only place they have any kind of lead is going to be mid with the Galio. He is going that AP build.
Look at this. Level 6 available for Jarvan, and Galio was cinching down towards bottom lane as well. They want to dive this Kaisa. And if
they want to, but Reborn is standing guard in just the wrong place for a Jarvan.
See how this turns around.
They really want this, spending a very long time down bot.
Well, yeah, they've got Stand United about to come off of cooldown. Cataclysm is available, and Heroic Entrance is just a few moments away if he can go that direction. You can see Jarvan is actually playing towards mid now. Weren't actually sure about the dive potential.
Cinder's coming to check chickens where he's at.
Yep.
Looks like he secures them. Gonna be able to get out of there.
Does steal those away, and it looks like bottom lane's just gonna back off. They don't really want to overcommit once they sent Jarvan up towards middle. I want to speak a little bit more to this top lane. The Mordekaiser was able to teleport down to follow the last Stand United, but now there's a teleport disadvantage and a Stand United. So if red team, if DePaul decides to use Gary, he can always teleport back to top lane for that.
Yeah, but also don't forget, even if they do use the Stand United, teleport's coming in, Stand United coming in. Will it get ulted away? No, will not. Reaper gets caught in his own. Oh goodness, everything's happening so quickly. Twisana down. King Mason getting some kills. Gonna leave the kill up on the table and try to go after Reborn instead of taking a kill. And I don't agree with that decision to just give the kill over to the Galio right there instead of taking it for yourself, especially when you're on such a hyper scaling champion like Vayne.
Yeah, that was disaster for St. John's. They are the ones that chose that fight. They got the nice hook in and play from Reborn, throws down the box to try and slow everybody down, and they essentially just disrespected what I was talking about earlier, which is the teleport disadvantage in the top lane. The fact that Stand United was available, and even teleport on top of it available for Shen alone. There's no way for Mordekaiser to show up and help his team. Mordekaiser's so strong in team fights as well as being able to separate some single individual. Fighting the top lane though, I don't know if he can 1v2.
He doesn't have to. He's got that ult to get Gary out of there. Looks like it's just going to be run away for both Gary. Oh, we got Twisana flashing in. Is he going to be able to get Gary? Oh, is the burn going to get him? Just barely. Now Reaper's in some trouble. Two swords going to flash out of the grab. And that just means Twisana gets that double kill easy. The Ragnarok coming in clutch to stop the flag and drag.
Yeah, and this is that playthrough top lane, like I mentioned. It's just the main playbook from St. John's. 7 Swords and Twisana using Herald in the top lane as well. Means first tower split between the two of them. Mordekaiser is the team right now. Olaf can chase anyone down like he's designed to do already. 6 kills means he's going to kill whoever he's stuck in Cataclysm with, whoever he's chasing down. And then Mordekaiser is now enabled to the point where he will kill whoever he separates from the fight. I don't know if it's calls for a QSS just yet for the Vayne, but it might be something to think about for King of Mason at this point.
Honestly, with all the CC, QSS might be called for both of them because we have seen Bosham get dove heavily on. So it honestly might just be the best call for early investment on both the ADCs, just for any form of being able to get out of chain CC.
Might need that. You can see Mythics being completed by most members across the Rift. Might have a little bit of a fight here.
7 sword coming in. Is he going to go for the grab? No, just going to get some poke down and walk away.
Dragon's no foul. Jarvan's kind of in a sticky situation.
Oh, that was gorgeous. Absolute disaster right there. Caught out in his own jungle, and all 5 team members are there just to lock him down for the kill. Free Drake then. Not what DePaul wants to see, especially after those last couple of team fights.
Yep, and down the numbers, they can't contest that Drake. It goes the way of St. John's once again. Mordekaiser did use the teleport top lane, so if there is hope once again for DePaul, it's going to be coming through with Stand United once again. When you know this Mordekaiser doesn't have that summoner spell available to follow, you can create a numbers disadvantage somewhere else on the map. Not going to happen at Drake, because it was just taken, but they may be able to look for a fight. I don't know if bottom lane's the place to do it with this Kaisa just so far ahead.
Yeah, with a 5,000 gold lead, you really don't want to be fighting in any capacity unless you have a massive numbers advantage or you just manage to get some poke out.
Bring it all here. Oh my goodness.
Absolute disaster. Ragnarok stops the knock up and the slow, which allows Reborn's Ignites to get Braum, and they're just going to dive in. Stand United used, but it doesn't matter. He's dead before it can even finish. The 7 swords might be biting off more than he can chew. Flashes out. Gonna live.
I don't know. 7 swords gets away with his life, taking one of them.
Is he getting away? Is he getting away? That's the question. He does not. Got a little bit greedy.
Yeah,
costing his life.
He did get greedy. He wasn't out scot-free with an extra kill in his back pocket. Decided to try and look for an extra one there to buy his team some time. Bought him enough, I guess, to get that mid lane turret, but he gave his life for it. It's a little suboptimal. But if we're taking stock of the scoreboard in its entirety, it's 13-6 in kills, which on top of the 3-0 turret score has earned St. John's a 7,000 gold lead, AJ. And that's nothing to scoff at with another Herald on the table. And who's going to stop a 6-1 Olaf from taking that next?
Honestly, the only person... Forget about stopping the Olaf. What about stopping anybody else? All they have are frontline besides the Vayne. You can't kill the frontline fast enough if you're DePaul.
Yeah, and that is what we were mentioning in the Champion Select, that Vayne is the primary source of damage. Yes, tanks can deal a little bit of damage. This is League of Legends, let's not forget. But it's not enough to actually tear through these members, especially when Mordekaiser can steal one away and make it a 1v1. There's no tank that's going to be able to 1v1 him. And I'm sorry to say, but I don't think Vayne's in a position where she could 1v1 this Mordekaiser either at this point. And there's too much of a gold disparity.
She has a Kraken Slayer and some daggers, whereas Mordekaiser not only has the armor boots, but he's also got that Seekers, Riftmaker, and a stopwatch. I don't see Vayne being able to kill him anytime soon.
Yeah, there's about 1,000 gold difference between those two characters, and the money has been spent. It's in their inventory, so it's really very scary. Speaking of gold differences and just players alone, Olaf versus Jarvan in the jungle. Oh wait, there's a hook that lands. Nah, they're not going to go for it. But in jungle, Olaf has almost 8,000 gold earned. Compare that to less than 5,000 earned by Jarvan. There's just
Jarvan hasn't even completed his mythic.
Yeah, he can't. He doesn't have the money for it.
But yes, I suspect this will be one of our sub 30-minute games unless DePaul manages to claw their way back from some misplays that St. John's might throw. Reborn, they'll come in hot.
The issue is honestly very similar to how things went yesterday for DePaul. They gave themselves too few tools in the draft to actually make things go in their favor. I love
like we just saw, Kamcha tried to 1v1 the Mordekaiser, doing some decent damage, but getting super chunked himself, and by the time the ult ended, Bosham was there just to throw down a Q for the KS.
Yeah, I did like the idea from the side of DePaul to try and set everything on the shoulders of Vayne, but they might actually try and make this work. It's 3v3.
Might. Reaper's getting some damage down, but he's not being tanky enough. Vayne getting some hurts. Again, same story. Not enough. There's just so much of a too much of a gold disadvantage. Even if they have a somewhat advantageous looking fight, they just don't have the damage.
And honestly, just artwork, beauty there from Reborn, using the Dark Passage to save his teammate at the last second. That's that value stopwatch purchase coming through for 7 Swords. That hook goes wide, but you can see Vasham's willing to take this fight.
I think that was a soft in from Kamcha there. I don't really know what his plan was, especially considering Kaisa's going to be able to chew through you no issue. Maybe they're just getting tilted. I don't know, but do not like that decision by Kamcha right there.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that last prolonged fight was relatively close, all things considered. When you're down almost 10,000, now over 10,000 gold in a fight like that, you don't expect to actually allow Vayne to continue to get auto attacks off. Honestly, if it weren't for that stopwatch, she would have picked up one, maybe get a reset off of that in terms of some health refund from Triumph, and been able to continue to chase them down. Imagine if Vayne was on par in terms of just the game clock and the gold difference. If she had Rage Blade for that fight too, I don't think that fight would have been anything except for a DePaul victory. So there is a little bit of worrisome strategy coming through against St. John's. They need to find a way to close out this game very quickly.
They do, but we do have Baron coming up in about 20 seconds, and they are strong enough to just take it on spawn.
Oh yeah, and with the
that might be
Kraken
something to
player,
look for.
you can definitely take down a Baron very quickly with an item like that. So they're setting up the vision around it, like you mentioned, AJ, and I wouldn't be surprised if they start it within the next 2 minutes.
Especially with the lanes pushing like they are. Seven Swords has TP, so in case he needs to come in for a Baron fight. Oh, looks like they're going to start it up right now. Reborn hooks in, brings Bottom with them. And they put down the blue ward, but I don't think they have the ability to get there in time.
I'm surprised they gave so much respect. They weren't taking that much damage, and they were burning down that Baron quite quickly. It looks like they're going to try and get a pick or two. But the tank stats are a lot to actually chew through.
Yes. Kingsman does good to dodge all of the CC from Reborn. Gets the kill on him. Can he clean up the rest, though? Kaisa running away. Kaisa stunned up. Kaisa down! Flag and drag. That's a triple onto the Vayne. And all of a sudden, that might just be a Baron for DePaul. Exactly what they need to get back in. Yeah, they're going straight for it.
This is precisely what I was talking about just seconds prior to that fight. There's not a lot of opportunity to stop this Vayne if you don't burst her out at the beginning. And what does the Shen do? He uses Stand United. What does Galio do? He uses Heroic Entrance to try and give a little bit more tankiness and feel for that Vayne. And Braum gave his life for that to happen as well. So it was precisely what they wanted. And Vayne is just getting scarier and scarier and scarier. You know, it was honestly curious that they went for that engage. It was Olaf and Thresh coming in from the south side of that jungle, and somehow, for some reason, Kaisa was trying to come from a flank up from the top and use her ultimate Killer Instinct in place just for the shield, not to actually reposition. So there wasn't really a great front-to-back team fight for St. John's, and things may have gone very differently had that been the case.
Yeah, it's true. But I would like to correct you on one thing. Braum did not give his life. Braum was very much alive. That was a very clean 3-for-0 and a Baron.
Yeah, they do come out way ahead. 10,000 gold lead has now become 8. And with the Baron buffs there's a lot of combat stats that come through that aren't represented in the gold lead. It would be very worrisome for St. John's to overcommit to say a team fight within the next few minutes while Baron buff is standing. They may, as hard as it feels to say this, they may actually want to consider giving up the next Drake and not committing to a fight that might donate even more of these shutdowns back over to DePaul.
Yes. Of course, then again, with the wave clear of St. John's, as you can see, they still have the ability just to shove up these lanes, even with the Baron enhanced minions in their way.
Yeah, it seems
not much they can do to siege here, though, but continue.
Yeah, it seems to be a strategic choice to give up that tier 2 mid, knowing they can defend the inhibitor, just to get an extra push on the sideways. Because overall, they're trading a turret for turret. You can see Galio's going to be able to get that one top lane, and Shen's creating a buffer, some breathing room on bottom side, even pressuring away this Syndra. And that'll help them have the time to perhaps contest this next Drake. Remember, it's Soul Point, Cloud Soul, possible for blue team. Gary seems caught out.
Ooh. Good direction. Killer Instinct goes in, and Kaisa's not going to be able to finish off the kill. But we do see Kamsa coming down. He is going to taunt out high and down on that Wombo. Faster than I could even say anything else.
Yeah, it's Killer Instinct and Flash used by the Kaisa, which means she doesn't have a lot to reposition with. But at this point, it might not matter. There's definitely no chance at the Cloud Drake as it spawns shortly, which means no soul for blue team. They lost the last Baron. Things might be turning completely around for the long haul for DePaul. They're back with a vengeance. They don't want a repeat of what happened last night.
Absolutely not. And you're right. There's not going to be any contest for this Drake. Clean Cloud over to DePaul. But your point about the Killer Instinct, Bosham's already got 3/4 of that cooldown back, so that'll be back for the next fight. So DePaul needs to be wary about that, just in case they get a good engage, but then he's able just to ult to the back line and kill the Vayne, and then all of a sudden, no damage.
Yeah, what a line.
But Seven Swords got that ult. Looks like they're about to catch out twice Sana. Yeah, there's not much he can do. Gary goes down. Twice Sana goes down. Are they going to chase for this?
King is trying to keep that Rage Blade stacked up. We'll see what the Vayne can do in this fight.
Galio goes down. Seven Swords tanking as much as he can in the middle. Reborn grabbing that Vayne, trying to keep him still. But the Vayne just able to do whatever she wants in that fight. Bosham goes down. Seven Swords goes down. Just absolute madness. Vayne has come alive. Vayne is here. Goodbye to your team fighting. Vayne will win.
Yeah, that was both summoners committed to that fight by King Amazing. This GM 80 carry is showing why DePaul is willing to put all of their resources into this guy's basket. He is the sole damage carry for his team. We were worried about it through Champion Select and in the first few minutes of this game, but post 20 minutes, it's been the Vayne show. It's been King Amazing taking the throne that is rightfully his. And if they can't find a way to shut down this Vayne, it's lights out for St. John in game.
Yes, they really have to ignore everybody else and just hope you get that hook onto Vayne and just throw everything at the Vayne. Because we've already seen King Amazing. He's Grandmaster. He has the mechanics to 1v5 with the Vayne, as we just saw.
Now he's got that QSS and the PD, so he can't get locked down by the Mordekaiser. It's going to be hard to tag him with that crowd control that'll stick because of that QSS. And then even if you do tag him with crowd control and follow up with damage, some of it's going to get blocked by that PD. There's just so much you have to chew through to be able to take out this Vayne. Not to mention the invisibility as part of that final hour ultimate. I'm a little worried for St. John's. They set up a fantastic early game through the Olaf showing up everywhere, especially top lane with those Herald plays. But at this point, do they have the tools to take down this Vayne? I don't think so.
I'm also not very happy about their chances because, as you can see, there's a 5,000, 6,000 gold lead. But look at the inventory for King Amazing. He has one item left to complete.
Yep, and I imagine we'll see maybe another defensive item. Who knows? I'm not quite certain what the next item should be for this Vayne with the new item sets as they've come through. She's already got magic resist. She's already got a shield. Maybe some health would do her good, but I can't think of an 80 carry item that would effectively give health, but not just be wasted stats. But that aside, what they really have to worry about at this point is that if Vayne is deleted, which right now is about the time for the next few minutes where that could happen, because no flash, no heal, those tools are missing. If they can, if St. John's can take out King Amazing, there's no damage left. There's absolutely none. This Galio has built some AP as would be expected, but we've seen him get taken out time and again. He can't actually be a 1v5 damage threat.
Yes, and as we see a little bit in bot lane as you were speaking, Seven Swords trying to get some fights onto Gary. Gary able to dodge out most of the skill shots from Seven Swords, and Seven Sword even committed the ult to that. So the outs that they do have in that side lane split push to Shin being able to pull any shenanigans is now on cooldown for at least another 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's a curious choice from Seven Swords. I don't think it's ever worth it to ult this Shen. He's got 100 or so bonus magic resist between items and his runes, and I don't think it's worth your while to try and snag him with the Death Realm. Dragon's coming up. Remember, this is Soul Point. Baron's also on the table. No inhibs are broken at the time being. So this is a clean 5v5 if both teams want it to be.
Would have preferred to see a little bit harder bait there, but looks like they're going to push up mid a little bit and then go right back to Drake.
Well, the good news is for St. John's is they don't even have to all collect themselves into the river. Olaf's so strong that he can just take down this dragon himself, which means the choice for DePaul is to threaten Baron as the trade. You get Soul, but we get Baron. And is that really a trade that St. John's wants to take? We'll see what they decide.
Looks like the trade is Baron 2 kills. And what else? Oh, they're not even going to go for the Baron. They're just going to take the 2 kills off losing that Cloud Soul. Gary cleanly gets out with that Spirit's Refuge. No, that's the ult. With the E.
All right, Baron wasn't taken. They gave her the Cloud Soul. I think if really all DePaul's going to get off of this is 1, maybe 2 towers mid, not actually an inhibitor, and they can't threaten the Baron because Death Timers will be back, I don't think that's actually worth it. You just gave up Cloud Soul, which granted is not the strongest of souls, but it is nothing to scoff at. You just gave up Soul just for, what, one life? You got 2 kills and you did trade 1 back, so net positive 1 kill for Soul I think is totally St. John's favor. And they're going to start up the Baron because they know that some people are recalling off of DePaul. This might just be it.
And this is where we see the big brain macro from St. John's. I was going to say that DePaul was trying to hope for, but we got to fight. And there's the Vayne. It's gone. Can they stop it? No, Reaper. Down. Ryzen about to go down. Hooked. Stunned. Manages to flash out without dying, but everybody else is gone besides the Shin and the Galio. They all get out, but the most important member, Amazing. No. That is what they were looking for.
They've got 30 seconds to do whatever they want on the Rift. Now, the good news for DePaul is they set up all of these waves to be pushed out from their base just in case something went poorly like this. That's why they were recalling this, because they knew they had all these waves shoved out, but they didn't expect the instant Baron play. Baron buff's got a couple more minutes on it, but I don't know if that'll be long enough to end the game. You can see Vayne, Jarvan, they're back up in 5 seconds. They may be able to defend this top inhibitor.
Maybe, but they're definitely going to lose mid, so there's going to be pressure there. They're not going to save the turret, but they will save the inhib off of that push at least.
And this is a longer game than most of the ones we've seen throughout the round robin into this final here this evening. I gotta say, these Vincentian Esports teams are ready to play today. This is a great start to the grand finals, and like we mentioned coming into the game, this entire series has the cup on the line. 37-40 is the points as they stand, and it's really difficult to see a way back for DePaul to take this from St. John's. St. John's is looking really strong.
As we go in, Seven Sword trying to get that damage in. Not going to happen. Vayne, life-stealing. Vayne, twisting, tumbling, killing. What can they do? Absolutely nothing is what St. John can do. Flashing over the wall. Double kill to the Vayne. There's only one man left, and that's Reborn's. That Baron got him an inhib, but that's about it.
Yeah, and that did seem like it was going to be pretty much all they could take. They did luckily also snag away the top tower, but in a team fight like that, if you can't land the crowd control right off the bat onto Vayne, I don't know if you can win that team fight. Remember, there's so much front line to get through just to get at the Vayne that if you miss that window of opportunity, you need to immediately disengage. I would have liked to see right then when Reborn missed that hook, you just walk out of the jungle. Do not commit any further, especially knowing Vayne had been stacking her Rage Blade up off of that Raptor camp. You're going right into where she wants you.
Well, you don't even have to stack up Rage Blade anymore. The the double hit passive is now just every third auto. You don't even have to stack it anymore.
Point still stands. Run the heck away. Vayne is so serious at this point. The last item that she went for is essentially what I was trying to think of, and I'm dumb for not having actually found the words for it. Bloodthirst is precisely what I mentioned. It's quasi-health because it's got that over-healing shield, so it's deceptively effective HP, and that makes it even more difficult to chew through her health bar or burst her out. She's got a shield and a shield. This is a scary Vayne. 7 more assists, and we got Leet on the map.
I don't think they're going to be going for that lead. But 26-20, St. John still has a commanding gold lead, but it doesn't mean anything when you have these tanks that don't need a whole lot of gold to reach their item points. Doesn't mean anything when you have a full build Vayne who can dodge everything you throw at her. Doesn't mean anything when you're getting close to having full build yourself.
Yeah, it's the 80 carry show for sure. And I want to point one thing out, AJ. One member of St. John's has been kind of quietly stifled throughout this match, and that's High I'm CZ as a hook lands on a Vayne.
Ooh, they get that CC down to the Vayne, and that is what allows him to get through it. Basham getting the kills this time going through. Kamcha's gonna go down, and with an inhibitor down, that might just be the game right there. The death timers are long enough.
Yep, they didn't quite get the opportunity to shut down the engage. It was a beautiful descendance once again from Reborn into Scat of the Week from CZ, who finally shows up to play there, throwing the ultimate on top of it. There's just so much damage from Unleashed Power to try and live through. And it looks like they're just playing through, getting those Nexus turrets, and they'll get a clean victory for game 1.
Yeah, and what I say in Champ Select, all it takes is one Scat of the Week from across the wall, and Vayne is gone. And that's what we just saw. That was the game-winning play. A little bit of BM from Seven Swords emote there at the end, but that was a very, very exciting game. DePaul has shown they are not just going to lie down and take it, but St. John's is just so strong in those late-game team fights.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by how beautiful of a fight DePaul put up here. It's like yesterday never happened. Remember, yesterday, this precise matchup, St. John's versus DePaul got demolished in like 25 or less minute victories by the side of St. John's. St. John's really showed up to play. DePaul ended up doing that same thing to Niagara shortly thereafter yesterday evening, and now coming into the grand finals with the cup on the line, DePaul's showing up to play, and specifically King Amazing was trying to pull that crown right off the head of Basham. Basham, it was the 80 carry show this game, and it was very close.
Yes, absolutely very close. But just that little bit of team fight unsynergy, not having wards where you need them to see people where they are, comes up to bite them in the butt. Because I thought what they were going to try to do was stall the game out a little bit longer and get that Elder Drake, which is why I would assume they would give up that Cloud Soul, because there's not a whole lot of use for the movement speed on a lot of the St. John's side. So yeah, we would give up 20% or 20 haste for ults, but get that Baron later on. You gotta chew through not only the front line, but you also have Vayne executing you at 10% HP just from having Baron.
Yeah, it's definitely was an uphill battle once they put themselves in that position. But at the end of the day, it was the Vayne show. If you can take out Vayne, then you have a clear path to victory as St. John's. And they did finally land that perfect hook over the wall into the Scout of the Week from Fog of War, like you mentioned in Champions Select would be the problem. They executed perfectly, took out the Vayne, and then Kaisa was the one to reign supreme at the end there. So, fantastic game 1 victory from St. John's. Well played.
All right, well, we'll head to break. We'll catch y'all at the start of game 2. Take me away, Superman. All right, Superman. Let's see what kind of changes we see in this here Champ Selects. Misfortune coming off first. Is that still a pick you'd like to see gone as well as the Silas?
Oh yeah, Bosham's played it fantastically earlier yesterday. That lethality, the Eclipse Rush MF is really strong. Silas taken away for reasons I described last game. I would love to see the 80 carry role pinched even further. We saw, yes, the last game was the 80 carry showdown. It was a Vayne versus Kaisa, and now that St. John's is on red side, they don't have that first pick capability that they did on blue side. We'll have to see now that Seven Swords doesn't get to play the Mordekaiser. I don't expect him to show on the Malphite that he chose yesterday, even though it was insanely successful alongside the Misfortune, actually. I don't think we'll see that again this time.
Kaisa coming out as a ban. Bosham does not want to have to deal with King Amazing playing that particular pick. Especially with the Graves coming out now, probably even happier to have banned the Kaisa.
Yep. The Graves taken away from the jungle. Twisana is just so many games on the champ successfully. And stealing that away is a really important ban. Jin is now gone, which means the 80 carry pool is pinched that much more. Vayne's on the table, but first picking that is so rough. You could get range disadvantage very easily. Looks like they don't want to give Olaf over to Twisana for the second game in a row. They already banned away his Graves. That would be a decent pickup. Doesn't show a lot of your hand early in the draft, and it's a denial from Twisana. They do lock it in.
Yes. Interesting to see what the response will be here on the first round for red side. Olaf being that somewhat easy to play, just fight me. Seven Swords hovering, a lot of interesting picks, especially that Malphite.
Oh,
we'll lock it in.
Or cast a curse, I guess. I mentioned the Malphite from yesterday. I mentioned it was tag teamed so well with the Misfortune Bullet Time. And Blind, they're going to pick it up for Seven Swords at top lane. That's wild to me. But I guess the confidence, when you've got it, you've got it.
Let's see who the jungle pick is. Kindred coming out. I've seen a lot of lethality Kindred coming out recently. Do you think that's the go here, or is it going to be a more traditional ADC Kindred?
I don't recall what build they went, but it was actually that Kindred was paired with the Malphite last time too. It's that both as an initiation tool, as a re-initiation tool as well, the Unstoppable Force is a fantastic choice. Now this Rumble is actually a steal away, because they used to actually have that in as well. Seven Swords and Twisana, I picked these champions alongside the Misfortune in the game that I continuously reference, but they also chose a Rumble mid. And the strength of it was Malphite, Rumble, Bullet Time, all of those ultimates together were able to just instantly delete anybody before they hit the ground off of the Malphite. It was quite insane.
And talking about having that Vayne blind pick, cast a curse again. Here's the Vayne blind. Don't think Team Amazing wanted to have it pinched out in the second round of bans. Is going to go ahead and blind pick it. I think he has the mechanics to at least play around the range discrepancy in lane.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what they pick up for 80 carry for Bajam. It's actually curious to me that they don't take an 80 carry pick on the first round, because now the obvious choice for DePaul on blue side is to continue to pinch the 80 carry pool. They want Basham to be on his back foot. They want to give that comfort pick back over. The Vayne is now in the hands of King Amazing again. We saw yesterday, last game, he almost took over the entire game as that champion. There was no other damage threat on DePaul's side, but King Amazing was enough to threaten a victory for his team. It looks like they're pinching.
They are going to ban Thresh.
Yeah, Reborn was the reason that they didn't actually win with the Vayne, because he kept landing those perfectly timed hooks, max range left and right. So taking away that is important. I assume the Nautilus is the next highest priority on the support pool. So if they're going to continue to pinch it, I expect this last ban here to be that.
Shin being banned away. Don't want any shenanigans coming out from DePaul. because now there's just more than the Vayne. You have the Rumble, the Olaf as well. And Olaf is a great delivery system, so I do like the Shin ban here.
Yeah, there's also Lulu and Janna, which were banned last game. They're not banned this time, so those are available to give AD carry a little bit more safety. The one thing missing on DePaul's side here on blue is that they don't really have great initiation tools outside of Rumble's Equalizer, which in and of itself is not hard crowd control, and Kindred can negate it if it really is used from max range as an initiation tool. Then it's really hard to follow that up when it's just as slow. So there's that Janna hover, which means it's all about the AD carry position last pick here on red side. They saved it all the way here. It's all up to Reborn to keep that AD carry safe. There's the initiation tools too being hovered for DePaul. If there's one way to initiate, Leona's a great way to do it.
Leona, just the, hi, I'm the go button. Tell me to go, and we go. But the Maokai now being hovered here. Looks like that would be the top lane pick into the Malphites.
Great choice. Malphite normally is a bully in top lane using the Seismic Shard Q poke, Corrupting Potion to keep your mana up, and a little bit extra burn. You can win the lane slowly but surely that way. But the problem that you run into against a Maokai is his passive just heals it all back up. So you're running.
Well, now it's Maokai supports, because I doubt they're sending Rumble or LeBlanc there.
Yeah.
Because LeBlanc has been picked for Kamcha.
Yeah, Maokai support means probably Rumble top, or I don't actually know. This is a wild draft from DePaul. They've never really made sense in their drafts this whole time, but I trust them. They've been putting on a great show.
Let's just see what they put, everybody. Looks like Maokai's going to Razors. LeBlanc's going to Kamcha. Rumble to Gary. Standard what we thought.
I mean, far from
standard comp over there.
Being the mage carry into the bottom lane. There's so much magic damage coming from red side here. St. John's wants to be able to burst people out, and they do have the tools to do it. The one thing that they'll run into is if Kindred is separated from the fight, whether by being put in the death chamber or just separated physically, location-wise by Equalizer blocking her off from the fight, there's very little physical damage left, very little DPS. There's not even dots for magic damage to come through, which means if you don't burst out, once again, it's the name of the game, don't burst out the Vayne, she's going to chase everyone down.
Mm-hmm. And now but King Amazon's on that pressure. He has to dodge everything, because even if you dodge the Janet Q, if you dodge the Syndra Scatter the Weak, Galio can still flash and then do a quick W on you to lock you down long enough for Malphite's ult on top of you, for Kindred to get down with that Q real quick, Janna to flash in front and then ult you back into the other team.
Yeah, the thing there is they are all skill shots, right? You have to actually land the Scatter of the Weak. It can be dodged. Galio, you can create that space. Condemn is a great tool to keep the Galio off of you. And as long as you have flash or you're really quick in your motions, you can avoid Malphite's ultimate. Maybe not from Seven Swords. I got to give him a quick shout out because his Malphite has been clean. But the worry for St. John's is if you don't land those skill shots, on blue side, Maokai can literally point and click root whoever he wants. Be that the Syndra, the Janna, Galio, just keeping them in place for Vayne to get those kills, get those resets, and start rolling down.
Yep. And we're going to see how it goes. We're currently in the spectator delay. So once we get out of that, we'll be fine. But what are you looking for in this matchup? Who are you expecting to take over for St. John's to put down that Vayne before she can take over again?
Well, for red side, for St. John's, it's probably the Syndra show. You want to be able to one-shot anybody once you get that Sire of the Week. But all in all, I'm just looking for fantastic League of Legends play. With St. John's up 1-0, they're threatening to take that cup away. Because remember, this is the Vincentian Esports Cup. These three universities, Vincentian universities, are celebrating their alliance here, coming to compete in this friendly tournament for the purposes of charity. They're trying to support students that may be in need during this trying time. It's 2020. It's hit everybody different and hit everybody hard. And so if you want to help participate in this charity event, make sure you hit !donate in the chat so that you can help these students out. But it's all on the line here. This is game 2. It's a best of 3 St. John's. If they take this one, like you mentioned, then they will be able to reign supreme. They'll take the series, they'll take the cup, if all is said and done, if this game goes that way. And I do think, to answer your question, it's twice Sana and Bashang, which tends to be how they play around their team. Seven Swords, normally when he gets that Mordekaiser pick, it was banned this time, but if he gets that Mordekaiser pick, they'll play through top lane, but this time they may not have to, because Basham on the Syndra pick in the bottom lane, can start to take this game away, because LeBlanc can only distort in and threaten to be an assassin if she thinks she can actually kill someone without getting one shot herself.
Yes, that is indeed the case. Looks like the spectator delay has counted down to 0. We should be getting into the game here in just a few moments. But yes, honestly, I like playing assassins. I'm an assassin player. I am looking forward to a good, clean LeBlanc game here. But I don't know, dude, going into that Galio, you got to get in there for at least a second. And Galio can just pop that W. Doesn't have to hold it for very long.
Yeah, I'm looking at the matchup mid lane, and it's a difficult one for Caught Dead. I gotta say, subbing out for High MCZ is a curious pick at the final minute here. I suppose being up 1-0 means you have that cushion to work with and bring your secondary players. I don't want to say your B team, because Caught Dead is a fantastic player as well, but being able to give more members of your entire squad playtime here on a collegiate stage is a great thing to do. But Concha has got to feel freed. Man, they've been sticking this guy on tank duty in mid lane, playing the Galio over and over, that it's got to feel freeing to play now the assassins, like you mentioned you enjoy.
Yes, and we'll see if Caught Dead lives up to his name like he did so many times, unfortunately, yesterday in St. John's wins against Niagara.
Hey, somebody's got to pay the price of their lives. It's the iron price that they got to be willing to pay forward for their team to find the victory. It doesn't matter how many times you die if you take out the enemy nexus, right? That's the point of the game.
Yeah. Got a little bit of posturing from Reborn and Razors. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I've just been guessing this entire time. Now I'm actually seeing the Z next to the R. I'm just
I don't know. It's a weird. I'm just calling him Zayers or God. I don't know. Whatever he happens to be playing. These supports, actually. I'm just gonna get on a soapbox for a second. The supports throughout this entire cup, watching the League of Legends series, both Reborn and Zayers they have been playing fantastically. Game-winning hooks from Reborn last game, and Zayers did the same thing on Thresh yesterday. These players deserve a shout out, and they earn their spots as these high tier supports on these teams.
Oh, absolutely. I love watching Chad supports play.
Speaking of Chad supports, that's a lot of poke that's going down on to Vayne. A lot of those Dark Spheres have landed. Reborn, of course, can look for those point and click Zephyrs.
Gary bullying Seven Swords in this early lane matchup. That Q doing a lot of burn damage to Seven Swords. And again, just constant trades, top and bot.
Yeah, a lot of that back onto the Janet, though. She took a few autos, 1, 2 more. Remember, there's no heal available in this bottom lane, Janus, Syndra duo. There is an exhaust and ignite, so they have a lot more combat potential, but not a lot if they are on their back foot. Like here, level 2s come through, they're immediately separated from the wave. Syndra does a lot of things well, and that is that ranged harass. One thing she doesn't do well is the prolonged fight. She has to land that burst and then use that phase rush to get away. Kind of hard to do if you don't land that stun, because Vayne's passive gives her additional move speed as she chases champions down. Phase rush will do more, but maybe not enough.
Yeah, but all that early excitement, right now all we're doing is just small trades, farming up. And again, Caught Dead showing you just need that split second where LeBlanc can't hit W again to get that little bit of CC that might hopefully turn into a chain later on.
Yep. Let's take stock of these junglers. You can see they've both taken pretty much the same number of camps, and they're just going for those full clears. Guttle on the bot side just farmed, and they're trying to get Prio in mid. That's what this gank is all about.
Yes. Reaper going on to Contest. Steps in front of him, forcing out the flash. But will Kindred get there in time to contest Reaper?
No,
sit down there. Ooh, Reaper not where he wants to be. Twisana flashing forward, gets the kill. Kamsa is able to get out pretty smoothly. Should be able just to walk away, but that'll give Twisana a kill and the stack.
Yeah, as soon as Twisana saw that Reaper threw the undertow, that axe, into the bush blind, he knew that he had the opportunity to just chase him down with red buff. Flash for flash, yeah, it's a traded summoner, but you collect that 400 gold bounty with an extra 200 for the assist going the way of Kaudet. Plus, on top of that, you get the boon, the bounty's blessing of picking up your first stack.
Gary flashing under turret to get 7 swords. That Q damage, nothing to scoff at. He's been doing it off cooldown time and time and time again, getting him in position to just be able to flash, auto, and let the Q burn damage take the rest.
Oh man, Gary getting that solo kill, plus forcing the teleport out of 7 swords. That's not very good for St. John's. They're going to engage in bottom lane.
And that's going to force the flash out of Reborn. Condemned by King Amazing, does not get the stun. He's going to go down here. But we have Gary teleporting down. Reborn going to go down barely, but it's going to cost Zayers his life. Can Twisana get the double kill here, or is Gary's just have too much damage? Now Bosham running for his life from Kamcha. Can he get out? Yes, the TP from Kaudet is going to force Kamcha to back off, and that was an explosive fight bot.
Yeah, it was biting off a little bit more than he could chew there for the Vayne. King of Amazing flashing over the wall, immediately gets exhausted. There may not be heal, but exhaust really makes a huge difference. But it was Gary, the MVP of this tournament events for DePaul. He got that solo kill top lane, forced 7 swords to have to TP back to lane not to miss out on a wave and a half of minions, which meant that Gary had the opportunity to recall, go bot, and then come from base with his purchased items and teleport into bottom lane.
Now he's got sticks. He lays down the equalizer. Is he going to be able to catch up to 7 swords? I don't believe so. But teleport, nope, he's caught him. Forces the flash out at 5% or so HP. Gonna have to back, gonna lose a lot for this. But Twisana on the bot side is going to be able to take down Zayers. King Amazing dead to caught dead. Technically the kill credit goes over to Reborn, but supports and KSing.
Can you name a more iconic duo in League of Legends? It happens. They're going to pick up that kill, which means even more denied from this Vayne. There's been so much action in the bottom lane that without the summoner spells, then St. John's knew to make some return to action down there. Take out both Zayers and King Amazing, get a couple plates maybe, and pick up that Drake. That's not the best Drake that you could hope for, but man, they are sitting pretty with a 1,500 gold lead, and 3 kills plus an assist on this Kindred is nothing to scoff at. And on top of that, she's already got 4 marks in 7 minutes. For those of you who may not be entirely familiar with Kindred, she gets bonus parts of her passive, extra attack range, more damage on her entire kit, essentially, based on how many marks she can hunt. Some of them spawn on camps early in the game, and then they are who she chooses to mark in terms of enemy champions. And being able to get 4 in just 7 minutes is a feat in and of itself, and especially strong because those first 4, that 4th one, gives additional attack range. And as this range champion, that is a huge boon.
7 swords in a lot of trouble right now. Gary's got him running back to Gary's tower. Reaper coming to cut off the ult outs. I don't see how 7 swords can get out of this. He's being collapsed on 3 ways. Kamcha, can he get over the wall? Yes, he can. Gets the electrocute down, and just gonna auto 7 swords down till he's gone.
Donated now over to Kamcha, who's getting a kill early on a LeBlanc. Even if you didn't really earn it yourself, it's really nice to have that on that assassin. things are looking pretty dire for this mid lane matchup. You see, Mercury Treads Rush means Cotdead has no kill threat. And it really all comes down to just locking people in place for Kindred to do the damage. They have the tools, but oh, beautiful stuns there. Reborn actually takes too much damage. I gotta say, next thing on the table has gotta be this bottom lane once again. Before those summoner spells come back up, they might be able to pick up even more plays.
Yeah, so at this point, I would just sacrifice top to the death that is going to be, and just try to play through bot. Keep King Amazing down as much as you can. Get this Syndra going so that the Syndra show can begin, and just keep Reborn. Gonna get a little bit caught by King Amazing, but King Amazing, the bait. Twice-Sana coming in.
Yeah.
They're dodging a lot of damage right there with his W. But Twice-Sana is just gonna sit there calmly and then auto for the kill.
Yeah, donated right over that last auto attack came through. Even more plates. I'm seeing this Vayne make some curious choices. Honestly, just being too greedy when down this much gold and having a numbers disadvantage in the bottom side. You can see they're sending people to help out now, but it's too little too late. So they've already taken 3 plates off that bottom lane tower.
Too little too late, and they might be coming right back. No, looks like they're going to transition focus back to mid lane. Comtra and Reaper going to meet Caught Dead and Twice-Sana, but Seven Swords is also here. Kindred ult put down to save Twice-Sana. He is going to save him as he flashes out. No! Simultaneous kills going down for Twice-Sana and Reaper. Shutdown goes to Reaper, which is going to be very good. Caught Dead flashes out, keeps his life. All in all, 1 for 1, and now Caught Dead. Can he live with the W proc? Yes, he can.
Yeah, that was actually fantastic from DePaul. They end up trading the flashes in after that Lamb's Respite. Reaper picks up the insane bounty that is the 700 gold shutdown. That's really good for them. The assist credit going over to Comshaw. They do need to force that Lamb's Respite every time LeBlanc's on the screen. That's not like a full-on win condition, but an important piece of the puzzle for DePaul is to bait out Lamb's Respite whenever possible and as quickly and early as possible in these fights so that they'll still hold on to most of the tools they need to win a fight with that one going on cooldown.
Yes, absolutely. But that did cost the flash from Reaper to match Twice-Sana to at least get the equalizing kill. We'll see what he can do with it. He's still down 5 kills to what Twice-Sana has. So we'll see how much of a difference that 700 gold can make as we go into later team fights and skirmishes.
Yeah, but luckily for them, it's not meant to be a jungle matchup. It's not meant to be Olaf versus Kindred. It would be nice if the Olaf was up and can chase down that range champion, but it really is more about Rumble and LeBlanc being able to put their damage onto Twice-Sana, whether to immediately force that Lamb's Respite or to follow up its conclusion. And then, once again, that just creates so much space and safety for King Amazing to go.
And we have a big fight going down bot. Reborn gets that ult down. Is not going to be able to save his own life. He's going to be cornered by 4, but does it save the rest of his team's life? No, Bosham going to go down here. Twice-Sana come in too little, too late. Caught Dead gets a kill back, but it's still a 3 for 1. 3 for 2. Correction, 3 for 2. Not the cleanest fights ever out of St. John.
Yeah, that was a curious fight indeed. It took forever for DePaul to take down Reborn, and once they did, they were in a compromised position. Flash forward from King Amazing. He's willing to play aggressive. It got him in trouble last time, but this time it secured him a kill, which is nice pickup, especially when down so much. And I just would like to see a little bit more of a clean execution on that. They had the right idea with the flash route on the Janna, but they should have expected that immediately they were going to get hit with the Monsoon into the Howling Gale.
Yes. Though, very quietly, I haven't even noticed. St. John's has taken 2 Drakes. I didn't even notice that they had them.
At the end of every skirmish, they are the only ones left on the map with a health bar to actually fight that. Speaking of
Reaper getting caught in his own jungle twice. Sana saying, as he did yesterday, your jungle? No, my jungle.
Yeah, they're on the hunt. He's now got 6 stacks, getting stronger and stronger on this Kindred pick, and now you can see why they went for it so early, and why they're willing to put Basham on a mage in the bottom lane who just keep that wave clear going and give that extra bot lane priority to help make sure that they continue to enable Kindred.
Yes. And this poke coming out from this bot lane, nothing to sneeze at. Half health for Zayers. Being amazing. Getting a little bit back off of his innate life steal. Twisana fighting with Kamcha while the bot lane fight is happening. Being amazing. Goes down. Is not able to hold enough HP to avoid dying to the Janna W, and then just Zayers just donating his life to Basham after getting blown backwards away from his turret by the Janna ult.
Yeah, they pick up those quick kills in the bottom lane. A little bit of over-aggression from Twisana alone in the enemy jungle means they do secure themselves the bot lane turret, but they lose the pressure that they were creating off of Kindred's roamability. They won't pick up a reverse turret for DePaul, but they do shove in mid, giving some breathing room for Kamcha to recall. Hopefully get those Sork boots soon.
And can Reaper do much to 7 Swords? We're about to find out. No, he's not going to chase it down. Doesn't know where anyone else is. Bit of a misplay. He didn't have anyone there. He would not have had anyone there. Due to jungle just coming off kill cooldown. Bot just recalling on vision. But now bot lane is going top, so we have a little bit of a lane swap, something we haven't seen so far yet this series.
Yeah, we really haven't had the laning phase last longer than 12, 13 minutes, but now it is continuing a little quietly. The classic move is to, once you take the enemy tower, to take your duo and send them top lane, just swap that up. Because you don't want to overextend multiple members. Plus, you want all those extra members that are freed up from taking the tower to try and threaten the next one.
Oh, Comps are going right in onto Reborn from Fog of War. Manages to get out cleanly. And then while that's happening, Twisana is collapsed on that Rift Herald, but no one's going to fight it. No one's going to die. But there is still that massive chunk out from Reborn's health bar that is now equaled by the poke that Basham is putting down onto Kamcha. And Twisana is still trying to stay on this. With Kamcha being forced out, that does put them at a numbers advantage. And 7 Swords going right on to King Amazing, getting out the heal on the full kit combo from 7 Swords. Equalizes out the health and he can't fight anymore.
Kind of a damage check there. 7 Swords hasn't really gotten far ahead this game on that pick, but you're gonna struggle dying to a Vayne if you get that ground slam off, because it reduces the attack speed by just so much that an attack speed based champion like Vayne's not gonna be able to chase you down. But that's a key ultimate use. Unstoppable Force is off the table for this dragon fight that's coming up.
And Twisana forced to flash out. Dragon fight is up. We may actually be able to see what happens here. Are they going to just go ahead and start it? Yes. Twisana is going to put down some damage. Going to run away, reset the dragon. Still dancing, still dancing. Opening, no. Reaper looks like he's coming in. Gets ignited, gets stunned up. Does not pop Ragnarok. Goes down. Zayers has to get... Oh my goodness, it is disaster here. Yeah, they popped the land for spites, but it doesn't matter. They couldn't get the damage down to Twisana on top of it as well.
Yeah, that's a curious choice to engage the way they did there on the side of DePaul. They didn't really have a way to lock down a Kindred. They kind of just threw down the Equalizer to create space, but it doesn't matter if the fight was already so far on St. John's terms. And they get that third Drake too, which means they're going to be threatening Soul. in just 5 minutes from now, which is...
And it's another Cloud Soul.
Yeah, but Cloud Soul is actually really strong for a team like this. No, they don't have some insane synergies with it, but the ability for Galio ult to be so significantly reduced, for Unleashed Power to basically always be there, but specifically for there to be the reduced cooldown on Lamb's Respite, this key ability for Red Team. St. John's is lucky to be chasing that kind of a soul because Lamb's Respite is basically the make or break tool for them in these fights.
Not only that, but that means Bashaman can just pop ulti and then run away from the extra move speed from the Cloud Soul.
Oh yeah. Move speed is never something that you want to turn your nose up at in League of Legends.
Reborn almost deleted by Comp out of Fog of War.
Support life. Just trying to control vision for your team. An assassin comes out of nowhere and takes 80% of your health away. What else is new? Welcome to League of Legends.
But very quick thinking, instantly got the shield up, instantly got the Q going. Forced Comp to back off before getting caught out. But outside of that, nothing much came of it. Just quick little poking back out.
Yeah, this is
7 swords.
All right, looks like they're gonna maybe get this pick.
No, the silence can't do much. Okay, now he's out of silence. He's gonna lay down the ult, but 7 swords is gonna respond, and that should get him out.
Yeah, ult for ult, the classic top lane trade. Both of them level. You know, this is the awkward part of the match where the team that's ahead here, St. John's on red, they've taken a couple of those outer turrets, and it is awkward for them to want to threaten bot side more because of Soul Point coming up in the next few minutes, but the top lane turret is the only one left. So they're in this awkward position of they can't really over-aggress because they don't want to take a 5v5. They want to split things up and allow Kindred to go wherever she pleases with Fog of War, but what they really would hope for is just buy themselves enough time and not lose anything and get those incremental advantages like chip damage off mid, 1 camp here in the jungle, just buying time and not losing anything while they pick up a little extra gold in this Cloud Soul waiting room that is Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the Cloud Soul. Ooh, caught dead. Maybe not the best usage of the stopwatch, but with Twisana coming in, gonna turn it around. King Amazing goes down, and that's probably going to lead to the bot outer being taken. Maybe, maybe not. Reaper's here. Can Reaper kill some? Oh, Twisana getting Reaper down and then putting down the Lamb's Respite while keeping his teammate alive. He's going to go down in the trade kill, but can Gary get the kill here onto Reborn? Or is 7 Swords going to be able to pick it up?
You can't catch it, Jana. That's way too much move speed. Disaster, though, on the bots of the map for DePaul. They did try and take that really good fight. Got so close to killing 3 members. Did pick up Twisana, but the poor the poor outcome was that the kill credit, the 700 gold shutdown on Twisana, actually went over to a sapling. A sapling that grew into a tree. Maokai got the kill credit there with his E.
And Maokai is building full-on supports. But I do want to point out, both our mid laners are the only 2 that are deathless. Caught Dead has not yet.
Oh, yeah.
Caught Dead.
Caught Dead really baited with his namesake there. The Vayne tried to take that fight and would have won it were it not for the stopwatch to buy enough time for St. John's to show up and take down the Vayne, gifting the kill over to Twisana. That was a nice little play there from the Galio to bait King Amazing into playing that. But it's Cloud Soul time, AJ. 20 seconds before it spawns, you can see both these teams are going to fight for vision.
Fighting for vision, fighting for mid lane dominance. Twisana here going in, putting down some... Ooh, no. Twisana, no. What are you doing, dude? Reaper goes down in response, but what are you doing? Awesome, you can't be that 4-4 with an assassin in this game. And then there goes the equalizer to get the kill. Guy, what are you doing?
DePaul really needs to push this advantage and deny that Cloud Drake. You can see Unstoppable Force is really the only deterrent from them just moving into the river and taking that trade head on. They did take out 2 carries from the side of St. John's, But at the end of the day, I gotta point out, you cannot fight without Lamb's Respite. It's a rhyme. You should be able to remember this. It's now coming off of cooldown as Paisano respawns. A flash forward means they want this.
Yeah, Gary's going to be chunked out. 7 swords. Takes a lot of damage from the Vayne. They're not going to be able to get in to get it. DePaul is going to get a Drake. Can they transition this into an actual win? Hot Dead on a killing spree. Paisano now here. He has the Lamb's Respite. Puts it down. Kills King Amazing right beforehand. Reaper going to force him out, but going to go down to Reborn anyway. Only ones left, Gary, Zayers. Equalizer's up, but can he get to Baron in time to stop it?
I don't think so. No teleport for them to bring the Rumble closer. And this Baron is going down really quickly with all the items that this Kindred has. Might be able to tag them. Nah, the Rumble's rocking too slowly from base. That's gonna be Baron going the way of St. John's. Even though they didn't get the Cloud Soul, they get the Purple Worm, and that buff is gonna make it easier for them to break down more structures and set up the next.
Going in, they're not content just to have the Purple Worm. They're going to try to get some more kills off the back of it. But Gary and Zayers are smart enough to just back off, let them take the blue buff, and just say, hey, you got it. We'll let you back. We're not going to gift you more kills.
An unfortunate turn of events for DePaul. They do secure the Cloud Drake or steal it away, denying the soul, but they lost enough pressure that it took so long for them to actually secure it that twice on a revive, came back from base, then had Lamb's Respite to able to take out King Amazing, and off the back of that, they secure the Baron. This really, really strong play from St. John's. Now they're back where they seem to be most comfortable and have spent the most time this weekend, and that is at a 10,000 gold lead over their opponents. This is where they like to be, and this is where they are. It's really just Lamb's Respite. Keep your eye on that cooldown, because it is reduced by Cloud Drake, but it's not always up. And the one time, the windows of opportunity that show up are when it's on cooldown, where they can just use LeBlanc, this assassin who does have items. I mean, look at that. Double pen build, extra CDR in there, or excuse me, ability haste, and the Luden's Echo for that extra burst on top of Electrocute. There is no way without that Lamb's Respite that the Kindred can survive a full burst combo from LeBlanc.
That's correct, but they can take whatever fight they want now because, hey, when you got respites, you fight.
Hey, we're working with the rhymes once again. You see, with the Baron buff, it doesn't quite let them knock on the doors of the inhibitor, but it makes it very scary for Gary to try and survive. Maybe a pick in mid?
Awesome is the pick. But top lane looks like that outer turret is going to go down to the super minions. Just barely. A clutch taunt from Caught Dead is going to let them get out, as well as a very well-timed ult from Reborn. Paisano being engaged on. Reborn flashing. Reborn getting saved from not being close enough to the wall to be stunned. But now Paisano and Caught Dead have to get out.
They do. There's a lot of magic resist on this Malphite, and he's got Superman's double cannon wave helping him out. Doesn't get hit by the ethereal chains, but the immolate passive means he has to walk away from that turret. Looks like he'll be able to secure this, as the rest of his team's kind of been on the chase elsewhere.
Gonna take it. Not gonna be able to secure the return kill onto Kamsha. Comes close. But that is an open inhib. The base has been broken. Or, as my favorite streamer would say, D-gates.
D-gates. They're open. But that's not precisely what St. John's is probably looking for just yet. They don't want to take an inhibitor when they're not poised to finish out the game anytime soon. Baron buff has expired. Wow, okay, they're going to look for a fight without their...
Paisano takes down Reaper. Reaper, remember, when he uses Ragnarok, he loses all of his resistances. So he's able to be chewed down even worse. King Amazing. Super low on HP. Paisano flashes in but can't auto. But he gets down the Lamb's Respite. Gets the kill. Gets the second kill for Basham. And all of a sudden, there's only 2 left alive. No, 1 left alive. Outside of the respawning Rumble. But now...
I know that feeling. What happened there in the jungle is King Amazing kept losing vision in that bush. Was able to put down a ward right as he died, but prior to that, he was struggling to find those auto attacks.
Contra, there was no winning in that one, dude. They knew you were coming in. They had it ready. And now they've started disconnecting. That's the GG. And your Vincentian Cup overall winner as well as game winner is St. John's University.
Congratulations to St. John's. They pull out the 2-0 grand finals victory here, earning them 4 points for the cup, cinching the victory by 1 single point even in the Vincentian Esports Cup, 41-40. Congratulations on this series victory, this grand final victory, and the cup is going to go into the hands of St. John's University. Well played, and these 3 teams, these 3 schools have really put on a fantastic event for the spectators, for the viewers, and for the students, and all the help that we've been trying to give them. ! Donate in the chat to help participate in the charity effort to support these schools, support these players, support the mission of the Vincentian Esports Cup here. So thanks for joining us, and thank you to all the participants for putting on a fantastic show. What a great set of games.
Oh, it was fantastic. I am so glad I was able to be part of the broadcast for this. Now, just a total team win from St. John's in that game. Last game, it was all about the ADCs. This time, Twisonic going in, but also Basham just getting those long-range pokes down, those long-range can't think of the word. It has escaped me. You obviously don't know the word either because you're not jumping in.
Which champ?
I'm talking about Syndra.
Oh, Scatter the Week?
Yeah, there we go. Don't ask me why I'm singing. It's when I can't think of something, I just start singing. I don't know why. But
singing the praises of these teams, they put on a fantastic show. And congratulations once again to St. John's University. There you are, your Vincentian Esports Cup champion.
But hey, let's not forget DePaul put on one heck of a fight. First game, they nearly clutched it out. That second game could have come close a few times. But St. John's was just that little bit better macro in those important team fights.
Yep.
So I
don't think we have an interview lined up.
I don't see one. I don't see anyone waiting. So I guess we'll just go ahead, sign off. Hope y'all have a wonderful day, wonderful weekend. And just, it was a massive pleasure to put this on for you guys.
Yeah, thanks for everybody for tuning in. And until next time, if there's going to be another Vincentian Esports Cup, let us know. Give us some feedback. Hit us up on Twitter, of course, and follow the schools, DePaul Esports, Niagara U Esports, and STJ_Esports for those 3 schools. That's it for us from the EGF crew. Thanks so much for joining us, and everybody have a great night.